Hey, how's it going? Alive right now? Oh, I'm so tired. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, man. Oh, some shit to do today. Oh. So we are at the jar. And we've got to do the PvP fights. Which I believe they are right here. Yeah. Knight of the Great Jar. Let's fucking go, buddy. Oh, the glint blade. What? I don't have stamina for this guy. Okay. That's one. I wonder if you have to kill them all in one go. I could see it. Oh boy. That's not what I want to see. Parry this, bitch. Oh, he stunned me out of that? Oh, you fucking bastard of a game. Yeah. Game noticed me touching my tool belt and went in. Yeah, that shit ain't gonna do shit, homie. Oh god. Is that Vort's hammer? Oh, I ate that. And that was my fault. Oh. Oh, big damage. Oh my god, fuck you. Dude. I fucking hit that. This game is dropping so many inputs. You are full of shit. Okay. Oh, I fucked up so fucking bad like a fucking idiot. Get the fuck off of me, asshole. Fuck. Dude, what is going on? Where's my weapon off? Oh. Get him! Oof. Oof. That's all three dead, asshole. what I fucking thought. Hell yeah. That was a fucking close one right there. Oh, my tummy hurts. Alright. Forget what works on this boss. I feel like Scarlet Rot doesn't. I feel like if anything, the Dragon Ice is what works. No, I'm not sure. Oh man, we're so close to done though with this game. I'm not feeling the push today. Oh, I'm too tired to fight that other boss. I just know I'll just get myself angry struggling against it. I've had a long day, so I'm trying to not do that. So we're doing chill, co-op, and PvP stream. Nothing's on the line, fortunately. No, wrong one. That's the one I wanted. Ugh. Nice little belch. Oh, lordy lord. What the fuck is going on? Can't I move? Oh, I don't want to, because I want to tap into the fucking game. Oh, that's an invader. I'm an idiot. I thought that was my pal. Oh my god. What have I done? That person's probably pissed. Put it like right here. What? So that invader was over there. I don't know if Scarlet Rot works against her. I feel like that's bullshit. That dude just like spamming wine. We're going in. What? Dude, I'm so sick of the dropped inputs. It's been happening more and more. I was literally spamming roll, and my character just stopped rolling. Like, he just stopped. That's something I've never had to complain about in a Souls game before. Like, I played Dark Souls 3 without saying a fucking word about dropped inputs. That straight up just fucking happened. Legit. I mean, sure, I was taking a fucking hit of wax while that was all going down. But, like, what? That's what just fucking happened to me. Okay. So yeah, Scarlet Rot, no bueno. Oh, okay. Dude, what am I doing? I don't know anything about that shit. Don't take that shit. Fucked it up, dude. The dude fucked it up. Frostbitten. It takes more than one charge, perhaps? People keep getting one blasted. I don't know. I am not about getting one blasted. This shit seems to work more. Oh, okay. Shit. Damn, don't go so quickly. Oh, I got two people, okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, she's fucking frostbitten. Nice fucking dodge. Oh, fuck. That's rough. Oh. Curious what other forms of damage work well. Oh, yeah. Why can't I use this? Oh, 18 dex? What the fuck? How does that work? Man, this Wadon's sword just feels so goddamn slow. You know? It's a little too slow. I don't appreciate it. Honestly. Get through it, boys.
Let's get to it. Hello.
Nothing takes holy damage around here. Nothing. Look at this fucking weirdo. Dude should have went into the boss fight. I don't know what he was thinking. But no, for real. Holy damage is not the answer around here. I wonder if fire would work better. Oh, that spot is very good. Oh, man. God damn. Can't get summoned any damn where. We're doing some shit here. Oh, there we go. There we go. He's going with magic, and I'll go in with fire. She's far too mobile for this spell to do shit. Oh yeah, there you go. I'm not doing shit. I'm just dancing right now. See, this is why I can't fight that fucking boss tonight. I gotta just get my shit rocked. Oh, that did good damage. Oh, come on. Oh, good hook. Well, how did the host die? Oh, what am I doing with my life? You know? You would just suddenly have that thought where you would regret every decision you've ever made. It's a strange feeling. It comes on every once in a while. You just gotta know to not entertain those kinds of thoughts, I suppose. A good wave of it. It's good stuff. Good stuff. The only thing that seems to do anything is this dragon fire. Come on. What? Come on, bro. Come on. Everyone here is just getting straight melted. Seems like everyone I co-op with is just getting straight fucking melted. 9 times out of 10. Which is just baffling me. Especially here, of all places. Seems like that's a little easier to get to than it is in terms of difficulty. The air is pretty chilled. The boss is fucked up, though. I'll be one of the last ones. I feel like. Okay, okay. I'm actually surprised. Alright, let's do this. No way. Okay, I was gonna say. Oof. Oh, you fucking bastard. There we go, that was clean. Wait, why did it give me that much? Why did it give me 147,000? Am I tripping right now? Wait, what? That's blowing my mind. that gave me that much souls. Struggling, struggling. Yeah, Morgan's just not gonna happen. Who's the next boss immediately before Morgan? I guess there is this guy. Right? Can you try him out? No. There we go. I wonder if I can beef up now. Probably can. Ah, man. Nothing worse than that. Ay, ay, ay. I hate that so much. Now, why is Radahn's weapon so much better than everything else? I just don't get it. $410. And then this is fucking 400, 500, 500. 80 something. Next best is 22 plus 185. But it does have Bloodhound Step. I'm curious if that's worth it though. You know? Probably worth it. Right, and then that kind of thing, right? Let's try this again. I feel like this one with flies would probably be best. He's so slow. He ain't fucking going anywhere. What? Why am I fucking fat rolling right now? What the fuck? There we go. I don't know how they got him. Yeah, bitch, you like that fucking blood loss, don't you? Ain't getting shit from me, homie. Oh. Gotta get the fuck out of there. There you go. Alright. 52K in the bank. That worked out really well, actually. It's just trashed here. Yeah, we'll do that again. See if we can get another one. I like fighting this guy. And obviously wear something heavy, just not that heavy. I guess I can just wear the fucking set. Yeah, so rot doesn't work on him. Blood loss does, though. Who's that fucking shit he's got?
Let's get to it.
You're not gonna fucking make it, bro. There's no way. First off, dog. Yeah, basically. Oh shit. Yeah, I told you he wasn't gonna fucking make it. Man. Fucking knew it. The dude can't square. What can I say though? I can't do shit either. But I swear, man, some people just get fucked up real bad. I'm definitely not gonna talk shit because I've used summons in fights. But if you're getting one shot, I don't know. The summon ain't the answer. It's either your gear, your levels, your resistances, or something. You're playing into their hand. That Malekith boss, I got a feeling that he is that those bosses in the end are much less resilient than what we've been used to. That they've been punishing aggression, and they're gonna start rewarding it and change things up on you. That dude is in quick. Yeah, that's how you do it right there with the phase clan step. Come on, blood loss him. There we go. God, that shit is so nice. Oh. He's stomping around and shit. How did I miss that? Get out of there, homie. I'll take it. Yeah, like a boot or something? Blood loss. Oh shit. Damn. That sucks, dude. We were so close. Mm. Need more mind. I bet that would piss someone off if I summon them in. And the boss is dead. And I lure in an invader. We're in that fucking God's kin. Hell yeah. Let's try someone else. And the only other person is like fucking Morgan. Really? I guess we could go into the Altus region and do some dungeons with some people, I guess. Be a good time. Of course, this has to be one of the rainier, stormier areas. There we go. Let's go, let's go. Connection error. Alright. Good. Old. Connection error. Bet that was gonna be a good one too. Good old dungeon co-op. See what it's like to do one of these guys with this thing. A bitch. Alright. Fine, I guess. Yo. Connection error. Holy shit, dude. On game. Busting my balls here. Damn, it's not gonna summon me. I gotta get the fuck out of the Altus tunnel. Gotta get away from this shit right here. Maybe fight the Godskin nobles or something. go. Finally. Take me down the journey, my friend. Jesus Christ, did he really? Let's go, let's go. This dude's got some shitty fucking delay here. Double, huh? There's no way that this is gonna work. Dude. Okay. This is bugged as shit. Am I the only one seeing this? I wonder what that fucking guy's seeing. That's what I figured he was seeing. Fucking dingus. Why is that happening? Playing fucking co-op on Wi-Fi or something? I don't know. Whack. This is 345, and this does 400. $12. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on? Simple Pete. I am exhausted, man. I am so tired. I think all the sleep that I've been missing playing this game is starting to add up. I could barely keep it up. Whew. So I'm playing some co-op. That's been what I've been on. What up?
Nice.
How you doing, man?
Doing good. How you doing? I'm very tired myself.
Yeah. Did you manage to beat that boss last night?
No, I do big damage on him, but
Yeah.
I
So
I
does
just keep
he.
getting he does. He does big damage and he's fast. I
Yeah,
I'm kind
that
of okay
second
with it.
phase. It's gonna take many fails to get to feel him out in that second phase. You die so fast.
Right. That's kind of why I want to kill this tree sentinel because I'm like, oh, maybe that'll open up more options if I really just can't cut the mustard. Because I'm
Yeah.
doing such good damage that in like 6 hits he's at halfway. So like the
Right.
first phase is really easy to just kind of like when he comes in, smack.
Yeah.
The second phase,
Yeah. I don't think he's very staggerable in the second phase with that armor. But again, I'm starting to wonder. He's got that similar attack that other boss has with like the dash. Where it's like the sphere attack.
mm,
I just wonder, I wonder if that attack is like really fragile. You know, like it
yeah, I
it like
feel
does
like
a lot of
that's
damage, but it's like it's kind of worthless in terms of like poise, like most weapon arts.
this tree sentinel bastard fighting from this tomato.
I'm getting really good with Margit. I can kind of just
Yeah.
fight him. I don't have to worry about him
Honestly,
so
kind of
much.
surprised you're able to get some.
I know. Dang.
Some people's level.
Yeah, there's people who are like farming into oblivion. Now the host, you fool. I have to pound him with damage to distract him from the host so we can heal. Because I always get exploded.
I love how this dude is a boss and he's even got like a second stage.
Of the tree sentinel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, basically. I need more mind.
Me too. Midway.
So I got what's his face's Praetor's sword. I kinda dig it.
What's it do?
It's like a fire greatsword. But its special is like it's kind of like he slams the ground and it creates like a wave that travels on the ground that hits people, and the wave has lifesteal. It does pretty good damage too. The weapon art's worth using. It's like a range strong attack that heals you for a little bit. It's not super useful for the boss, because it's like how much healing are you really gonna get, but
Mm-hmm. It's
no,
still
not
something.
useful. Yeah,
It's a good world exploration weapon.
yeah, and it does actually does pretty good damage. Does like 380 something, and then like 300 fire or 200 something
Oh,
fire.
I just managed to kill that tree sentinel.
There you go. Now the question is, if go sit down. What? Did something happen?
I gotta check out what he just dropped.
Uh, you drop a set
Wait,
of armor?
yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah.
hell yeah.
Full set.
Hmm.
Check that. Which makes me think he is not gonna respond.
Yeah. But what that makes me wonder is, like, I wonder if that set, what's the utility of that set, you know? Why do they give it to you right there?
Alright, that's what I'm gonna look at it right now. We got rocket laser.
Holy damage resistance, I think, is the key. Although, really, with that, it's going to be knowing what direction to dodge, you know, into him or out of him. What's the word on Ukraine? Nothing good, I imagine.
Yeah, nothing good. I
No.
mean, I guess it's a combo of stuff. They've been, you know, continuing their like really aggressive bombarding of like hospitals and
Yeah,
severely
civilian
targeting them
warfare.
now. Like, yeah, they don't even give a shit. Um, but their convoy that was moving into, I believe it was Kharkiv.
Oh yeah, I think I
Um,
saw that. They bombed the shit out of a convoy.
yeah, they got ambushed real bad by the Ukrainians, so that
I'm
was good.
confused on how that works, cause like those vehicles, right? They're difficult to immobilize. It requires planning,
Yes,
basically. You
yes
can't
and
just like
no.
use a conventional tactics to destroy that thing unless you've got like power tools or like, you know, the ability to make napalm. You know what I mean? Like, but that being said, when that thing is moving, I mean, like, what's making those things stop? Because the footage that I saw, they're like sitting in the road. It's like, why are they sitting?
Mhm.
That's the worst thing you can do as a tank like that is be still. That's like when you get shot as a tank. This is
It,
all coming from
what
my experience as a battlefield player, mind you,
what
but in my experience, you keep the tank moving at all times when it's in combat or when it's even close to danger.
you're highlighting, uh, you answered your first question with your second observation, because it's
Okay.
not so much about, you know, blowing a tank up as it's rolling down the road. I mean, there are missiles that'll do that, and they have those.
Hmm.
Um, but really, you could take take that thing down, just like a Molotov, if you can stop them, which
Right,
is
if you can get
really
on
their
top
biggest
or
vulnerability.
whatever.
Well, no, it's like the way they move those conveyors. You can, if you break a part of that, which is much easier to do. You can do that with a grenade. You know,
Sure. Yeah.
it
Yeah.
won't move on one side.
It
It'll
can
just
only
spin
rotate.
in a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's why
Still
you're seeing
deadly
them
though.
stopped.
Still deadly.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they're still deadly, but if you know, if you're a smart planner, you can
Yeah.
have
If
those
it
things laid out in advance and
right, yeah.
teams waiting.
Immobilize it. Throw the Molotov.
As
Throw 4 Molotovs on the top so they can't get out. Whatever.
Yeah, I was watching this interview with one of the Ukrainian like generals that's out there fighting, and he was talking about how like the Russians have a bigger military, they've got better equipment, but they have like 1941 tactics, and like they're going
Yeah.
into their backyard, so um, they really know the area. They know how to take them down. But I mean, yeah, the urban warfare is a completely different ballgame.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something that's done, I don't know. I mean,
It's it's honestly not very
in the
smart
dead of
to
night.
bring tanks into that.
Right. Yeah, it's just like so many opportunities for sabotage arise,
That
you know, from the
exactly.
rooftops, from the sewers underneath the thing.
Right, and I mean, clearly this has shown them that it's
Oh
like
my
it's
gosh, dude. I
not a
imagine
viable
they're
option.
moving like like their fucking seals are like like, you know, going through the sewers and popping up and just like moving to the nearest tank and then getting back in the sewers and just like
Hmm.
cleaning house. It'd be so easy. You just put some like C4 on there. Go back, get out, get underground, get away, and just pop it when you're like 50 feet underneath and away. Like no one's gonna like start going underground. What, like, because C4 went off? I don't know.
I can't really tell if there's anything like super special about this armor. It's not as
What's
strong as.
put it on? So usually what I do is I put it on and then I look at other stuff and I see like usually if an armor is good, there'll be like something that's like blue. You know, it's got like one thing that it does a little bit better than everything else, like holy or lightning or fire or whatever. Guard boost. I guess that's just
It looks so
weapons.
weird. Yeah, let me see. I mean, it does pretty good. It's pretty good. Lightning. It has really good lightning resistance, and it has really good strike resistance.
Hmm.
Yeah, let me go see if this dude came back. I'm really curious.
Nice. Lightning resistance is good. That's something you might not use it all the time, but if you're fighting a boss that uses lightning in co-op or whatever, it's like, I mean, you know, it's gonna help.
Yeah, I honestly feel like this would be good VP armor
Yeah.
because it's durable, but it's like it's really light.
Mm-hmm. I see. It's not like a heavy set.
Mm-mm. But it gives you quite a bit of like the heavy resistance.
Okay, okay. Oh, I see. It's just good numbers for weight. It's just like an optimal set.
Right, like I'm sure the veteran armor or the Radon armor, like those can take more damage except for lightning. But
Yeah. Yeah, I
if
noticed
you,
that about the bull goat armor and a lot of the other armors that are heavy is they don't have lightning resistance. Like
yeah,
sitting
dude,
in the threes.
he does not respond. Confirmed.
Awesome. That's good to know. So that's like, there's no point in not doing that. It makes sense
That's
because
really,
I got him really close a couple times and I was like, I'm just gonna fucking, I'll call in a summon and see if that dude can just distract him enough for me to like get in those final hits. And then the summon like started fighting the tree sentinel when I went into the boss fight. I was like, what the fuck, homie? Get in here. I was like running around and like dodging him for a couple minutes. Like maybe the dude's, I don't know, you know, maybe he'll come in here.
maybe you'll think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally. He didn't.
I wonder
But
how many people are actually like in the just vast majority of gamers are actually at this point.
I don't think a lot are.
Because this is clearly toward like I can't imagine. I had like my personal feeling is we'll probably wind up back in the capital because that's where Morgan or the throne was and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a feeling you go in the tree.
Hmm.
It just seems appropriate. That it's like, they were like, oh, you thought the Halig tree was the Great Hollow? Shut up. Here's the real Great Hollow.
Question is, will that be a land? Will it just be?
I think it'll be like a downward level. Like treacherous as hell. Because it's big enough to hold a lot of space. It's pretty fucking big. It's like a castle that's like 60 fucking stories tall, you know what I mean? There's plenty of space in there, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this weapon is actually decent. Oh. Just grinding the host up. Well, yeah. Are you going in on the boss?
Yeah, I just thought I'd give him a go. See how he's feeling. I can get him down about halfway pretty consistently, but he can, depending on the run, he can get me to burn a lot of Estus before.
Yeah. Interesting. The Briar set is robust. I wonder what robust does. Oh. I just realized something.
Oh.
If I put one more point into Arcane, I can use that Briar guy's Executioner sword.
I've been thinking about my next build, and I almost want to have like a dagger in one hand and a katana in the other.
Yeah, like a blood loss one.
Hmm.
The Reduvia dagger is pretty good. It has a ranged blood loss weapon art too.
I'll tell you about the one I was looking at once I'm done with this boss fight. This particular dagger I have some interest in, and I'll be, you know, quite a bit more about the elemental stuff, so I'll get your opinion on it.
Yeah. It's pretty simple. It's a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing, you know. Pokemon type situation where each one has a weakness and a extra defense against another. Every set of armor has a weakness. Like some weapons, some magic weapons. Oh,
Here, give me 1 second. I'm in the
sorry.
middle of a boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Okay. I died. What's up?
I forgot.
Okay. So the one I'm thinking about, I think it's called the Scorpion Dagger. I don't know where I got it. I think it's just one of those where you just run and pick it up because I don't really bad at looking through the stuff I pick up unless I look at something and I'm like in desperate need of a particular thing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think I can wield this shit now. Yep, I can.
The Scorpion Stinger. It's a dagger, does slash pierce, causes scarlet rot build up 50.
Oh, well then, yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, Scarlet Rot or Blood Loss, both are pretty good.
And I also have the Redvia.
Yeah, the
Is
Reduvia.
blood loss. Oh,
Yeah.
the Reduvia, yeah.
That one's good too. Yeah, the Blood Blade weapon art on that is nice. So you can like two-hand it real quick and you can like throw blood loss spells.
Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty dope. Because
Yeah.
I've been thinking of like a good combo. Like I was like, maybe I can use this. Like I have a standard. Well, it's not standard, but it has it's a nice dark or a nice greatsword. Does frost build up? Thinking about doing that and
Yeah.
coupling it with something else.
Yeah, well, if you got unlimited stones, you might as well plus everything to what you got, especially when, you know, all you have to do is go farm for like 1 minute to get the like cash to upgrade and buy materials. Takes no time. I have so many different +8 weapons now. Because I'll never know what'll be best for whatever situations. I'll just have it.
Yeah.
I got a rot sword, a lightning sword, magic sword, fire sword. I've got a sword with no element so that I can put something on it with the bloodhound step. Just keep rolling. And I feel like eventually I'll find something where it'll be like, oh yeah, this is the weapon right here. I'm curious if this sword will do it.
I'm kind of liking the story I'm building in my head where I'm literally done going and killing everybody, but dude, yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I've got plans for the next one. It's gonna be a challenge, just tactically for me, because I wanna try like everything I didn't this time around. My new game. My game just crashed. Hard crash.
Unfortunate.
Somewhere. Well, that's more.
Yeah, this weapon doesn't scale. What is it with weapons that don't scale with anything? Where'd this idea come from? One of the legendary armaments, huh? That's so fried, frankly. It says it's a legendary weapon. But it does like no damage. Let's see what it rocks.
So, how many levels are you trying to put in?
Oh, I think I can get everything to +8 right now. So I usually do that. It doesn't take long at all. I'm feeling this weapon on it. It is not very strong. I don't know what the point of it is.
Oh.
I mean, it swings real nice and clean. Maybe it's the weapon art. What? Well, it is what I had. So what I'm noticing about it is that it's staggering the shit out of these things in like 3 swings, which is not a lot of swings, to be frank. Yeah, you see that? How quickly it staggers them? I don't know if you're watching, but oi. 3 hits.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like if you were able to, like, say you got that weapon up high.
Maybe that's what makes it good.
Yeah.
It's like reliable. Those are light attacks too. Alright, so it seems to have some sort of stagger bonus. So let's check that. I could see it. It doesn't say anything about anything like that. Okay, so 35. I want to get it to +8. Because I have heard this is one of the best weapons in the whole game. I mean, that could have just been clickbait. Started to notice that, like, first it started with people who were just, like, giving you good advice, and it's, like, turned into complete dog shit. Like, this is the most OP fucking build. I see people all using this OP build, and none of them are OP. They don't do shit most of the time. It's not that it's a bad build, it's just that, like, it's not gonna save you.
It's not gonna, yeah.
It's just
true.
not. I've seen a lot of people get their shit rocked, thinking they can. The thing about a dex build is that you do have to weave the boss's attacks.
I look at it like a level of combat skill in the sense that, you know, when you're doing heavy, it does require some skill, but you're really countering a lot of what you would have to be observing with damage put out. Like, you don't have to observe as much.
Yeah,
you have to be
you just have to
cognizant
predict
all of the time. Right.
if you're ahead of the boss, you're good.
Yeah, your goal is to punish more than
Right.
anything else.
Right. Yeah, you it's a reactive playstyle. Well, it works most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I like it.
It's kind of the core of the game, I feel like. Just watch what they do and respawn before they're done doing it. Like, you need to, like, as soon as you see the attack, you need to know which one it is, know what direction it's coming in, and move. And then if you do that, what do you get? You get the opportunity to swing. Once. It can be a jump attack or an attack, but that's all you're getting.
Oh, this dude just totally whiffed on this boss. Come on, man, get it together.
Who are you co-oping?
This clerk.
Oh, yeah,
This beast clergyman.
Yeah, Malekith.
I just decided to go.
Right, if you can get them reliably close, then that'll just get you over the edge. I wonder how much more health he has, though. Part of me wonders if he can just if it's big deal. Jesus, these fucking guys are tense. Still
Let
doing.
that dude stand there. This co-op dude is acting like he has never fought this boss before. I'm like, why would you just stand right next to him during his AoE attack? That took so much damage from him. Yeah. Okay, hold on. All right, we're entering the second stage.
Nice.
I'll report back how it goes.
Yeah.
Wait. Crazy.
Yeah.
So fast in this form. Oh, did I make a bad life choice? Oh, okay, not too bad. Oh. Don't die. Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh, dude. We were so close.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, part of me is just wants to cut myself off from farming for right now. I have some things to do in the new game, or as reason to explore. So many items, you'll already have. And if you're, I think they'll probably do the same thing they do in Dark Souls, where it's just everything you find is a +1 version of itself.
Yeah, I can see a lot of it being like that, the core items.
Right, the things you would really want. So, some of those I'll look for sure.
Alright, let's see what this weapon does. It's so strange. It does 203 damage at +8.
My beloved. Thank you.
Trying to... Is this dude gonna fucking go into the boss fight or what?
Oh, well, my co-op dude just died.
Yeah, this weapon is not great. It's not doing anything other than no damage. Feels good to use though. Maybe it's good for PvP. So bad though. I was thinking maybe it'd stagger him, but it's just not even doing that. Why is this weapon? Why do people say this weapon's good? I'm so curious now. Oh, it's bugged. That makes so much sense. I was like, this weapon is actually like shit tier garbage. Like, what are you talking about? So if a
What do you
weapon,
mean it's bugged?
if you have a weapon that's not scaling, it's bugged. There's a bug where some of the weapons don't scale at all. And I've noted that I have another weapon that doesn't scale. Shit. What was that? I upgraded it. It doesn't scale at all. Yeah, the Rivers of Blood. It also doesn't scale with anything.
Damn.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why that fucking build with it sucks so bad. Yep, it does not scale with any stats. God, that answers so many questions. Like, how does like a default curved sword do better than like a fucking epic legendary armament? That does not make sense.
No, that did not make sense.
Absurdism. Interesting. That must be some bullshit. Oh, who cares? That'll never. I saw those articles like Democrats have this plan to like issue universal basic income using oil taxes, and I was like, okay, that wouldn't even get through anyway. And I look at it, and it was like tax filers would get like $240 a year. And I was like, oh, well then they'll never go through because no one fucking cares. What? Why wouldn't they just let the government just take it? Put it in the road.
Just have it at that point.
Yeah, like just put it in the road. So do something else with it. $240 is nothing. That's not gonna help anybody. I'll take it though. If you're gonna make me have it. Don't get too many
Yeah, I was
summons.
upgrading my hammer. I have so many materials for it now.
Nice. Which one?
That in pestilent hammer.
Oh, the rose one? Or what am I saying? The small one? That thing does good damage.
Damn.
What's
That's
up?
really sad. Just a conversation I had with this blacksmith.
Hmm.
You go and talk to him.
He's depressing as hell.
Yeah, but you might want to go talk to him.
Oh, interesting. Versus Space Agency said that when they leave the ISS, that they basically were like, we're gonna abandon the Americans on that fucking space station to die. Basically, he was like, we're gonna leave them behind. We're gonna leave the Americans behind. Specifically, this one guy. They have like a name of a specific individual that they specifically planned to let die, or just like get left behind in space. Kind of an interesting. Yeah, well, like you just like we'll kill that man. Oh, you want us to like bring him back to Earth? No.
We've all voted. Watch it if they've like picked up some alien or something like that.
It's like you're already taking a
dude did that
spaceship to that place. That'd be like not giving your neighbor a ride home when you guys are at the same house chilling. It's like, okay, fuck you.
Are you going back to the same Earth we are?
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it just constantly feels like they're just testing the waters to a point where.
Yeah, I see what you're saying for sure. It is very antagonistic. Did you see what that GOP guy, Madison Cawthorn, said today in like a speech about the Russian conflict?
Mm-mm.
Now, keep in mind this is the military vet guy. Well, actually, he's not a military veteran, not technically, or something. Like he didn't finish training or something like that. I can't remember, but he didn't finish his service at all.
Okay.
I don't know if it's directly related to his injury. He's in a wheelchair. You might have seen him before.
Oh yeah.
They signpost him all the time. Yeah. No, that's a different guy. That guy crashed and burned. He's like he's like 20 something, you know, like about your age. Honestly, like pretty young. But he was doing a speech and he said that he said that Ukraine is like an evil country and that Zelensky is like a mafia thug. So the GOP has taken their side, it seems like. Because, like, he's not just making that up for his own clout. You know what I mean? That's like, he's towing the line. He's just towing it so ambitiously.
Well, it's dangerous because that's like not the rhetoric of a lot of other places right now.
Yeah, super.
As far as
super
like
crazy.
the GOP is even concerned.
Why would you say shit like that?
Right. I mean, didn't just one of their members just ask for someone in Russia to shoot him?
Yeah, they got mixed messaging, but there's definitely a part. Oh man, you could just see the tendrils. That's so obvious where the tendrils are now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you guys are straight up fucking around.
Yeah, and it's not going to go well for them. That's kind of what surprises me. Like, you know, I was talking to my professor the other day in my constitutionalism class, and we were talking about, like, what we think the Republican Party will do moving forward. And I was like, I bet you're going to see a lot of these young attorney generals that are super conservative leading this fight in the Supreme Court right now for abortion. And I'm like, I guarantee you'll see them take office. And if they can say, I got abortion, hold back.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'll be a huge election.
I mean, that would be it. That would be the only running point, right? Like, then Trump is irrelevant in the face of a lot of religious conservatives.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They've got a new they can have whoever does it. Yeah.
Right.
They need a hero. Yeah, they're probably desperately looking for someone else. I think Trump did an interview, I think it was today or yesterday. And everyone was asking him what he thought about, like, the Russian stuff. You know, they just keep asking him to see if he'll say something crazy. And it was weird because they were like, so what do you think about the Russian conflict? And he was just, and he immediately was like, solar panels, man. I've been saying it for a long ass time, solar panels. And it's like, what the fuck? You're selling, you're pro oil right now in this Putin conversation about, like, what?
Yeah, dude,
windmills?
It's gonna be a big deal though if things get bad and the United States doesn't.
What do you think that would take, honestly? Like, historically, it usually takes a couple years of mass destruction and death, I feel like.
Well, I think the hard part is it would more than likely take the United States. If the United States stood alone like we did before World War II, right, where there were no such things as NATO or anything like that, which is one of the reasons it took us so long, because we were like, we don't give a fuck, you know, as long as it doesn't come over here.
Yeah.
Now I think that's what it would take, right? Like if Europe starts having a bigger issue, which they will always have a bigger issue, right, with what's going on. If they feel that way, then it'll eventually force the United States' hand, and that's the one Russia's really looking at, because Russia could probably take large chunks of Europe if it was just left to its own devices. Oh
sure.
Wow, this weapon is shit, dude. Compared to Radon. Oh my gosh.
Why? Is it the
doesn't do nearly the damage?
Yeah, for the speed.
It just it just doesn't do like it's shocking. It does like a third of the damage, I would say.
Yeah. What about stamina?
Oh, it's even worse.
Interesting.
Yeah, like it seems like this is just a heavy weapon, and its value is that you can like ash it and stuff. Because of course you can't do that. But,
yeah. I imagine it might also have to do with like the poise or the armor that you get from taking hits.
I gotta get. That'd be my start weapon. See what, but I slapped it.
The Executioner one. Or not the Executioner, the Great Sword. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, I kind get this one great sword I have up that shoots like beams from it. Thinking about working on that, but I think at this point, that would probably end up being like a new game plus.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me because technically, like when looking at it, it shows that it should do more damage.
Well, who are you hitting with it?
The clergy beast.
Well, yeah, Radon's also does the magic damage. I mean, it is going to be hard to find a weapon that out damages that.
True. I mean, it does have that like scale. I think it has some base scaling.
Yeah, check if it's not popping up.
But if it does, then yeah, I could probably get that even better. I was so sad the other day because literally one thing that I've kind of regretted about not putting so much into any type of magic is the fact that I can't use any of these cool spirit ashes that I have. And I banked like 6 levels into it yesterday, and I still couldn't use like any of the spirit ashes that I have.
Yeah.
How much I'm capped at the wolves. That's about the best I got.
Yeah, it would probably require you to pull some stats out of something else.
Yeah, and at this point, it's like
I'm more focused on filling it out than moving stuff around.
Yeah, I'm not very interested in moving stuff around right now because in other ways, like things are feeling good. This boss doesn't even he doesn't feel too bad. It's just like kind of got that Melania's second phase where
it's just all or nothing.
Right. And to me, I'm like, well, that shit's brutal. You literally can't make a mistake.
Yeah.
I respect it though.
Oh yeah.
But dude, did you see Japan? So have you ever heard of the Feudal Islands? It's like FUGHL islands. Kind of in between like Japan and Russia.
No.
And so
was it like Aboriginal?
No.
Is it inhabited?
Yeah.
Okay.
Russia has claimed that territory for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And Japan today went in there and declared them as sovereign.
They're doing the same shit. Oh God, dude. Japan, what are you doing?
Well, the difference is Japan just like rolled up and they were more than welcome. Like they more than welcome.
Well, yeah, but like you see, but the narrative game.
Right. Well, it's like you're poking back. Like,
yeah, that's an intentional. That's a very intentional thing to do.
Right. You know, but I'm curious to see what Japan's play is. I'm surprised, honestly, that more.
Well, Japan has nuclear weapons, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm sure Japan is probably trying to make a strong statement, though, because they probably know Russia wouldn't do anything to Japan.
Yeah, they definitely wouldn't.
China.
Definitely wouldn't, because everyone would move on them so quickly if they hit Japan. Everyone.
Well, the problem is, everybody would move, but they would understand that if
that's NATO right there, pal. Like I think that's the idea is that like, well, see, you can't do that because then Russia can justify aggression against other NATO countries.
I don't think Japan is part of NATO.
Really? Well, I guess yeah, it is. It is kind of a European thing.
It was made after World War II, and they were.
Yeah. No, that's true. I always get the UN and NATO swapped up. They seem so interconnected, but I guess technically they're not.
You actually have like several countries that are not in the UN going to be or NATO going to be voting on joining NATO because of this.
Was it Denmark, Switzerland, and Finland?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Ukraine. We'll see.
Literally, the whole west of Europe is about to become NATO, which really, again, it's like it's really hard not to have Really hard not to see how Putin's also going to not look at that as a provocation.
Yeah. Well, he'll use it as a provocation. Like, that's the
Well,
issue, is like,
yeah,
narratively, you can't stop him from twisting it.
absolutely. And I mean, the United States just sent 15,000 more ground troops to Europe. They're really bolstering.
So they're just like, they're
Really
keeping them in
prepping.
Poland and Germany.
Yeah, well, pretty much all throughout. Like they'll go all the way up to Lithuania and stuff, because Lithuania is like right on the border. But it is a NATO nation on the border of Russia.
Yeah.
It's like super teeny.
Yeah.
Super teeny China.
So yeah, I'm confused with, because so when I was in like social studies classes in high school, I don't think their information was very up to date because they still called everything there the Czech Republic,
Yeah, no,
and I don't think that I don't think that's ever existed in my lifetime.
academia has a way of doing a slow rollout for people. It's how you can like take a class in high school and then go to college and they're like, yeah, remember all the stuff you learned? Forget it. Just throw it away. It was just to get you here.
It was like it was like it was the Czech Republic like before, like when the Soviet Union was around, and then it wasn't because of the Cold War.
Well, you know, and I think Bush was a big I mean, there was a lot of presidents that kept that like we need a bad guy mentality as a country, right? Like, because it unifies us. We have a foreign enemy, someone to direct our anger at. You know, because if you don't, it tends to turn inward, but also, you know, which is technically how problems get revealed.
Yeah.
You know, people aren't frustrated by people they don't know. But I think that there'll be a good chance, because like I remember exactly what you're talking about with the Czech Republic and them still talking like it was Soviet Russia.
Yeah, I don't even know. All I know is that it was like a huge territorial dispute that lasted a little while. No one really talks about it.
I know.
Kind of not relevant.
There was fighting in Ukraine in 2015. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot that goes on that, you know, just flies completely under the radar because, you know, United States will very much determine on kind of what is and what's not going to be talked about. And for the most part, we stay out of a lot of those conflicts. Like, this is the first real time we care. And I will say, like, from a cynical point of view, I do kind of feel like a decent piece of it is the fact that so many countries have economic ties in Ukraine. It would be a real problem. Be a real problem for a lot of people if they take it. Because notice, every country's like, we don't want a war, but we will not let Putin take Ukraine.
Oh yeah, it's an energy thing.
Right.
He's taking it because people have slowly been I think I'm starting to realize that, like, so people have just been like withdrawing from their energy empire, and it's dying. And this is what he's trying to force people back into it. Right. Because that's his source of income and his source of power.
Right, and Europe, for the most part, has been some of the more countries leaning towards clean energy. It's how
exactly, because to us, that's kind of, it's almost still kind of irrelevant in a way, depending on where you are. But it ain't there. Some of those countries are like half clean at this point.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. I would not be surprised if you see the United States government really start pushing that stuff, because they'll change their business ties to places that do that, because they've got to cut some of their business ties with oil companies based in Russia.
Because, well, the problem is all oil companies are like, they all work together. Yeah. So an oil company is a Russian company, more or less, now, because Russia has the most powerful oil distributor.
You know, you got a problem. You got a problem when millions and millions of gallons of gasoline are being released all throughout the world from Federal Reserves, like your backup stock.
Yeah, emergency gas.
Right, yeah, for the United States, it was 30 million gallons.
No bueno.
No bueno, right. And that's why I think we'll see, because Europe has let a lot of that stuff. I bet you'll see Europe in the United States a lot of business really strengthening their ties, because economically they'll need it.
It's a really, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't think the whole picture is really in play, you know.
No, not at all.
There's just too much missing. He can't. It can't be so simple that he's a giant baby man. It just can't.
I mean,
He would
honestly,
have been
dude,
killed by now by someone who's more
did you see
competent.
that one of the people who was apparently he was like someone who was pretty high up that was actually like detained, but detained in a way where it's like, you know, they weren't like fighting in combat.
They were like
he was
kidnapped, like
essentially-
captured.
Yeah, he was essentially like, you guys don't understand. Like, this shit is not gonna end. Putin is suicidal. Like, this it is on.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's so
Like,
clear though. Like you don't.
Like to the world, it is on. Like he is done.
Yeah.
And it made a little bit of news to the point where even Kamala Harris was like, "We ready." It's like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Then fucking look. If you can drone a country you're not at war with, then you can drone a country you're not at war with. Just saying, man. I want the fucking. Not like this is a good
the
time to use
consistency.
drones because you can use drones to not hit civilians with, you know, indiscriminate shelling. Like, drones are very accurate when you want them to be. Shit, man. If I do get drafted, when they're like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "I want the drone. Give me the fucking drone."
Honestly, dude, they're gonna put you on cyber warfare, man.
Right, yeah, I would want to do something like that. I feel like that would be a little more useful. I've never
Dude,
shot a gun before. I've never really been around people who shoot guns. I'm just not.
You'll get all that training still, though.
Well, yeah, but I
Get
probably
World
won't
War
be.
II
I won't be a
training for
cut
2 weeks.
above. You know, I'm not gonna be that guy who's been shooting his whole life and goes in and just, you know, fucking crack shot.
Oh yeah.
Probably
I
not,
was
but
talking-
yeah,
talking
everyone
to,
has their own edge, I suppose.
Right. I was talking to my buddy here that works with me, and he played the French horn in the Marine Corps.
Oh,
And
okay.
we were both talking about the fact that like if there was a draft, technically, he and I would not like be subject
Yeah, you've already
to
served.
said draft, right? And so we were. He was like, I would go back in. He was like, I just don't know what I would do.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I would go back in, and they would automatically put my ass on the front line.
Yeah.
Which I'd be fine with, because mortars would be.
Next time you talk to him,
than
ask
anything
him.
else.
Ask him how many times he's played Thriller. Because they played that shit 5 times when I was there in 3 days.
Hilarious.
So, dude, I don't know why, but they be playing Thriller. I don't know why. It was so weird, dude. Some of the musical choices, but it's for the kids. I get it, but it was just like there was some strange contrast. As a person who is not from that world, I don't know. I just looked at it and was just like,
I'm looking at it.
yeah. I like looking at the military police who are on duty. You know, like look mean mugging people because they're fucking serious. Which is I'm totally fine with. You know, it's obviously a little part of the show too, but you know, I want you to feel like you're under the heat. You know what I mean?
You ever, yeah.
But
You ever seen Last of the Mohicans?
Is that a Kevin Costner film?
It is a Daniel Day-Lewis movie.
I don't think I have. I think I've heard a lot of jokes about it.
Yeah, there's like there's a song from that he played in my basic training. I was like, what the fuck is this, man? What is happening right now? Who's DJ?
Oh. On PvPing. Oh man. There's something going on over there. got him. Bilbo Swaggins defeated. This Swarm of Flies spell is a little shithead, dude. It just follows you forever. And it just like just starts hitting you with the tiniest little hits that just tick up blood loss. And it's just enough to like interrupt you too. So if you're like in the middle of a swing and you don't have a lot of poise, it'll catch you off guard. And keep catching you off guard. Like it'll stun you out of your roll and stuff. I dig it.
The other armor is pretty cool.
It's the armor that you get for the Haggletree Knight. Haggletree.
A Hagel tree.
Yeah, I'm a big Hagel guy, you know. No.
I like my Hagels with cream cheese.
I forget. What was it? Was Hegel? Was that like Marx's protege? Was that who that was?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you guys? So you're doing philosophy, right?
Yeah.
Have you been reading any like economic theory or anything like that?
Not yet, but I have a feeling.
You'll probably get there, I would imagine, but that is a pretty high level philosophical thought.
Yeah, I mean, the school that I'm at has a pretty good, like, my buddy I was just talking about, he is getting ready to graduate actually, and he got a fully funded assistantship with stipend for his PhD in econ. So
Oh yeah.
That's his like thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But when we talk about stuff, it's really interesting because it's really like you can see the contrast between leaning into system and leaning into humanities, right? You know, there's so much. Like I'm taking logic right now, and it's really interesting to see because we touch on computer programs.
Sure. Yeah.
And how,
Pure logic.
Right. And it's really fascinating, but at the same time, it's kind of also really shown the contrast to me between the two.
It shows how quickly it turns into like absurd, and I don't know. It's just like very quickly. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like when you're using like pure logic and it's wrong, it just turns into nonsense really quickly, and it gets so complicated that your brain like basically can't even like follow it if it's too long of a like train. Not this and that, and not this or this. Sometimes exclusively or this. At least until.
I've got a couple things I'm working on because I'm working on some PhD program applications and then also some Capstone stuff. And one of the things that I've been really trying to lean into is like understanding the difference between logic and humanities, because really the target area where I'm looking is kind of how, you know, like humanities is a really, it involves compensating for one key human characteristic, which is the emotional aspect of human existence. You know, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And to me, well, then the root of emotion is truly impulse, right? Like it is a visceral reaction to something. It's not necessarily.
Sure. Yeah. There's also a psychological component to this.
Right.
Because psychology like delves directly into that question. So.
Where like logic isn't, it's like actually like working a muscle. Like you actually have like a concept in a way where you can feel your brain working.
Yeah, your brain's working against it most of the time.
Right.
It's like a grinding process.
So to me, that's where like the focus of what I'm going to be working on is kind of like encapsulating all of that and trying to rationalize that from a lot of the different fields in academia. So like I'm working with my program head on that, and it's pretty interesting. But yeah, it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating. But I am excited because like the next It's jam-packed with all kinds of, like, all, you know, all philosophy, all 100 years philosophy.
Yeah.
And so that'll be really interesting, because it's going to be a blending of, like, you know, philosophy and law, philosophy, you know, ancient philosophy, but, like, you know, 400 level classes. So
Yeah, all the philosophy classes I've ever taken were like kind of surface level. I mean, I took a social informatics class, which is like the social science, the social aspect of information science, which you might find interesting. That like purview of it. It's an emerging field of study. Yeah, you might actually something you might like to look into, because that's kind of what, you know, you're kind of talking about it a little bit there. Might be something you might be interested in if you're looking at that sort of combination of the
yeah, dude,
the
for
data
sure.
stuff. Yeah.
Send me any references, like, you know.
Yeah, I'll
anything
look.
that
I know
comes
there's
to
some
mind.
books. Yeah, I'll look them up. I have a lot of stuff from my bachelor's from that class in a file. You know, reading assignments, you know, a chapter from a certain book, so I can definitely look into that for you. But yeah, social informatics. It's sort of like the, yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm interested in. It's just really hard to find it. You know, it's not a degree that's offered anywhere. It's a topics class still. That's, you know what I mean? But it's a field. People are working on it. It's just like it's happening right now. Is when you hear people talk about the alt-right rabbit hole and things like that. Those are like the studies that are coming out and that sort of thing. How social interaction influences the design of our information systems, and then how when we use those information systems, how it affects the way we behave, and it affects the way we think, which in turn changes, which I guess presupposes that it's changing the impulses in your brain, which we know it does. It conditions you to have specific impulses that are beneficial to the program. And yeah, it's really deep. It's another one of those fields that, sort of like economics, has like several different things going into it.
That sounds incredibly fascinating, actually. Like, I feel like, well, the interesting thing about a lot of that is it is like, for me, I love writing what I consider like mental tornadoes, right? Like, that's kind of how I write out
Yeah,
like a
stream of
16 or
consciousness.
20 page paper, right? Where it's like you consistently are using a variety of examples interlaid, but in different ways, and to represent the things you're already talking about. Because the interesting thing about writing like a philosophy paper at a high level compared to writing like any other paper is it's so much of your original thought that needs to come through.
Yeah.
80% of it, and it can't be like, in my opinion, left out. You gotta have, you're gonna make some claims.
No, yeah. Why is that your opinion? Show me some logic to it. Yeah, and that's where it gets technical.
Convince me, right?
Yeah.
And that's the interesting element. That's why I like logic actually quite a bit, because to me, I'm like, that's really all about like the verbal chess, like the mental chess game of debate and conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, you see, yeah, when I say logic, I think about it from, you know, a more informational perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But there is definitely some. I mean, when you build a logical argument with the foundations, I haven't been taught about like that higher level. I mean, I suppose, you know, you're supposed to use it in school and stuff, but when it comes to philosophy, I feel like when they talk about logic, there's some terminology distinction, you know?
Yeah.
That because I
Well,
just
I think,
haven't gone through that road. That because when I talk about logic, I talk about things like um, if statements, right?
Mhm.
Like, you know, logical operators, Boolean operators,
oh yeah, that's
maybe
what we're
like
actually
knights
doing
and
right now.
knaves puzzles, you know, that kind of
Yeah.
logic, like raw truth trees. That's another thing. I don't know if you've done any of
Oh
that.
yeah, that's all we're doing.
Well,
Essentially, the
okay.
only difference is, yeah, the only difference is it's like the way our professor breaks it down is like, you don't get any of this without a bunch of people processing why humans construct the conversations that they do. and understanding the most effective and efficient forms of conversation from a variety of perspectives, right? And it's because it is like essentially kind of quantifying interaction or almost mimicry, right? But in a very precise manner.
It's simulation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it is almost a tangible hypothetical.
Right.
You know, in a lot of ways. So
It's a real thing, but you're communicating it with a hypothetical.
exactly. Which is really fascinating. I mean, because it forces you to also look at things like contraries and things that you normally your mind it kind of like slowing it down, like slowing down the way you actually
Yeah, it's
handle
like
things in
piece
life.
by piece. You go through it.
Right. You know, your premises and your conclusion and all that stuff. So to me that's kind of how I look at it from that like root perspective. It's as far as it's like its application is can be very different. It's been used in a variety of probably better serviceable ways for it. But fundamentally it's very interesting when I'm trying to think about, if you're gonna write a humanities paper, it's a very good resource.
Yeah.
You know, because it allows you to see the ways that humans communicate, but also the emotional side of that communication, what is lacking in logic, right? It draws
Right,
a
yeah.
contrast,
Yeah.
by showing you what's not there.
It is so clearly devoid of emotional connection when you try to communicate purely with logic. It doesn't
Right.
even...
And
It sounds like a computer because we've just kind of used that to communicate that. But yeah.
yeah, so a lot of like what I'll be working on, that stuff has become like pretty big as far as part of it, because I think it's fascinating that there is a piece of us from really early on as a species that understood in order to communicate effectively, we had to fight our impulse of emotion. But it's interesting the ways that we in society construct these places for emotion, right? And how so much of what we do is governed by emotion, even though we're aware of it. And so, but like kind of, there'll be a lot more to it. It's very much in its formulation stages. But that stuff's really interesting, I think, because you look at conflicts that go on around, and they seem far removed because the theory of it is far removed, but the actual way it's implemented, the way it is conducted, like if you get to site, you get flying in a room, conversation. And it is interesting to see a situation which you can look at and be like, I don't see any rationale for this. But yet, clearly there was a conversation about it. So, that stuff I think is really interesting because it's also the root of things like rhetoric. Why is rhetoric effective? Why is it that some things
Yeah,
can be said
yeah,
over
because
and over and
when
not lose their meaning?
you talk about like making an argument in terms of philosophy, there's more than just logic. There's the emotional aspect
Right.
and
But
the
a
yeah.
good philosophical question though is should there be? Right? Like that's a legitimate question. Should there be,
Emotional component
the
to argumentation.
right,
Well,
because
yeah, it's hard to. It's like, yeah, I feel like whether or not it should be, I feel like it is not removable, at least from human communication.
well, it's not removable, right? But it's
Yeah.
essentially in anything where you look and say,
Are you trying to
for
say? Are you trying to ask about like is the utility of that positive or negative?
actually, yeah, but
Okay.
also like the essentially kind of bringing things to a point where it's like when and why and where do we deem what is effective? Why
Yeah.
because if certain systems are controlled by something that is a method or a language that the vast majority of people don't know how to speak or don't speak, and how will you ever have a way of interacting, communicating
Yeah.
successfully? So it's really that's kind of the point of it, is just more drawing the attention to that, because there's a lot of systems there's more and more that moves in these directions where they very much cater one to the other. Whether that's good or bad is, it's not really the point. But its effectiveness, its utility, is a key component. If you're not living very efficiently if you keep a lot of things around that are completely useless or devoid of certain value. As far as most of our systems are made to keep moving forward. So
Yeah.
I don't know. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot to it, but
Yeah, it's so
it is like
complicated. It's hard to keep a chain of thought moving, and it takes a lot of effort.
But it is interesting to think about, and it's interesting to see how different philosophers get to where they're at. Get to these different conclusions, and like, is it shocking that Hobbes winds up the way he does, having been a child through the Revolutionary War? Or the Revolution of France?
Yeah, their influences.
Probably not.
And also a whole there's another, like, there's an aspect to philosophy that's really interesting, that when I started watching what people call on like YouTube and Twitch like debate bro content, which is philosophical debate, that area of the internet. Shit, what was I saying? I fucking forget. God damn it.
You were talking about the internet.
Oh yeah. There's like it turns into team sports a lot of the times. At least nowadays it does. I'm sure it was like that before too. People bought the book of the philosopher they liked.
Well, what's interesting right now is the fact that philosophy is oftentimes just really forgotten about in the grand scheme of things, because it can, depending on what you read, it can really, and I think that's what you're speaking to, it can really offend you.
Yeah. And there's also people's unconscious biases and
exactly. I think there's a lot of people don't know how to interact with philosophy.
The ego aspect, which is just the fucking worst.
Right, because if they did, they would understand that a lot of what is being discussed is a discussion of why we kind of do what we do. It's an observation more than anything else, and it's just someone talking about stuff. That's why everybody reveres Plato so big, is the fact that the meaning he gave to the things that he observed held strong. The rhetoric held well. Good argument.
No, yeah, it's definitely foundational.
Right.
He definitely showed them how it's done. He's like, look, you want to talk shit, then you gotta square it up.
It is interesting when you think about, like, I was talking to one of my professors about this the other day, my logic professor. We were talking about how it's fascinating that the civilization that gave us all of these logical forms of thinking, was an extremely religious, zealoted nation.
Yeah, well, they all were. I don't think I feel like the people who kind of pushed that like drive for a deeper meaning and deeper understanding were, I guess, a sort of counterculture that very slowly picked up steam and kind of is, where it is now, basically.
And it's interesting because someone like, pick Socrates, right? Socrates was deeply religious, in a lot of ways, but more than he was religious, he was just curious.
So was that was like Greek mythology times, right?
Yeah, he hated, and that's one of the reasons, like, the person he absolutely hated with a fervent passion was Homer, because he looked at Homer and was like, dude, you're writing about the gods like us. That's no different than the way they act. Like, they're not better than us at all.
Yeah. He was almost kind of like spiteful of them. Huh. I'm not much.
He was obsessed with the concept of, that his predecessors later take on as well, like that perfect form, right? Like the perfect picture a chair. This is kind and that kind of understanding, by the way, of like homeless rival is kind of nothing to this, but it's like you can picture a chair, but the chair you're picturing in your mind, you can never create exactly. Like perfect forms only exist in the conception, you know, and which is it really is really not when you think about technology. Kind of create, but even then, like, is that a stem off? But he, you know, he had really big issues with it. I mean, it's really interesting because more than anything, I think he just looked at the chaos that humanity brings, like civilizations bring. I mean, he's someone who, while he believed in all that stuff and was also very logical and kind of helped build Greece and make it what it was, they ended up murdering his ass. So it's really fascinating. It's just crazy. It's such an interesting time.
Yeah. I've always been pretty enamored with. It's just, I don't know, it resonates. I don't know. You can just tell that, like, you probably had some family there or something, you know? Something about it just feels real. It's like, no, yeah, that's the truth. I feel like it was like that. No, you're right. It was like that. Had to be.
All right. Well, and
Oh, no.
we have think of all of the ideas that we value, like the things that, you know, set aside governments, just concepts of being.
Yeah, I saw this video. I didn't watch it. But it was kind of a clickbait thumbnail, but it was talking. It was something that I haven't really heard before, but it could be some Nazi stuff because Nazis really like to glorify the Roman Empire. But it was talking about how there's a lot of evidence that Rome was kind of getting really close to an industrial revolution. Like some of the technology was like, you know, they were getting kind of close to automating things with steam and like using heat. You know, like Da Vinci had figured out that you could make things fly with heat, and I don't know. I don't think Da Vinci was anywhere near that. What am I talking about? I'm stoned as shit. But either way, it said that Rome was getting close to industrial revolution with its technology, which I had never heard before, so I don't know if that's true. Have you ever heard that before or anything like that?
I mean, I mean, they were. I think a lot of people like to give credit to Rome because Rome, you know, they built roads that essentially lasted forever. They did a lot of technological marvels. At the same time, I mean, I think the toughest part is that whatever Rome really had technologically, they cannot really take credit for it because they had deep ties with the Egyptians, who way surpassed them in a lot of capabilities. And they also were just building off the backs of Greece.
Yeah, and then was the Silk Road around when Rome was? I feel like it was, right? So I feel like they were all kind of sharing.
Exactly, and that was kind of the point. I mean, Greece is one of the few places, like, that religion is one of the few religions in the whole world that, like, literally just looks at other religions and is like, oh, that's cool, man. You got a god too? That's dope. I bet he is cool because they, you know, they don't look at it like one or the other. That's why they really bonded with the Egyptians because they thought their gods were cool.
Yeah, like, that's some cool shit. I like that.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of cool shit.
I want to meet that god.
Yeah. How do I get involved? But you know, it's really it's fascinating to see early civilizations. To me, I think the ideas, you know, like physics and math and
the idea of conceiving of those things. It's one thing to be taught it and to be shown that it works every time, like, and be forced to see that it works every time by your math teachers, basically. Like, do you see it, how addition, this idea of addition, you understand it, right? It's real. It doesn't exist, but it is real, see? Tell me you see it, now do it. Do it before me.
Well, you know, it's interesting because they all made it without any type of, like, technology or understanding. Like, it's crazy reading.
Yeah, it all came from necessity. It came from just keeping track of shit. They had too much shit. Too many people and too much stuff. Big piles of stuff that was dying. You know, like, we gotta figure out how to keep this food from dying. The best way to figure out how big of a building to build to hold the food is to know how much there is. Because you can't just build a building around a pile of food. Or, you know. They probably figured out how to store lots of stuff before they had lots of stuff. Maybe. I'm not an anthropologist.
I mean, well, it's exactly. I mean, a lot of it came out of necessity, but it's interesting things like physics, right? Like,
Well, yeah, that's
Nico's
more or
work,
less Isaac Newton, I feel like, is the father of
the founding father of physics, though, is no, who literally wrote
Plato.
the physics. Yeah,
Oh.
physique. Yeah.
See, I always heard. I feel like I would
It's just
think
it's
Isaac
physics
Newton
about math.
because he kind of like formulated gravity, right? Which is when I think of physics, I think about like using math to make declarative statements about the nature of our reality, I guess. Which you don't necessarily need math to do. You can do it with logic because math is basically the logic of counting things, counts of stuff. You know, it's logic with amounts.
Right.
So
I think that's
it's
why.
logic with unknowns, which is really where it comes from. Like people didn't math wasn't invented with 1 plus 2. Math really came from more complicated ideas like figuring out how to solve unknown like for unknown. I mean we call them I would say variable because that's the most communicatable term, but they didn't have a word for that back then. You know?
Well, that's why it's interesting because Isaac Newton I think gets a lot of the credit because he brought calculus into the
Right.
mix.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of math, where a lot of the early stuff is just observation. It's like
Yeah.
the beginning ideas, right, of all the experiments that would go on to bring us a lot of the foundational mathematical theories of physics.
Yeah.
It's just, again, I think it's just interesting to me. Does it show there's a difference in like conceptualization, and there's really nothing.
Whoa.
Right? Like, you just constantly feeding your mind is that a non good thing? And good thing?
An engoodening of sort.
It's an interesting question. It keeps you focused on a bunch of different things, but it doesn't leave you time to actually keep your mind open to things.
Yeah. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I find that like the more people it's not so much what they think they know because like you can but the more people like actually do know things, it does create a bias. It's like it's pretty inescapable eventually. I mean, throughout, you'll be biased due to ignorance and then biased due to understanding. Like, it is biased to not be willing to hear an argument in favor of flat Earth, to not want to hear it. You clearly are biased if you won't even listen to it.
Right.
But
exactly.
you're not wrong. Still
that's
biased.
Kind of the interest. When you read a lot, like I've had to read a lot of ancient Greece philosophy, and
Sure.
one of the most interesting things about that comes out is like all of them are interested in facts. You want to know?
Oh yeah, that's the truth.
Set up the premise.
Which makes sense because they could smell this horrendous reek of bullshit in the air, and they're like, "Why are you lying to me? I need to prove it somehow."
Well, and that's the thing is like they were really good at doing it because they did it all the time. As far as their progressions go, and everyone in the city was involved. So it's a really interesting way of looking at arguments because here, like you look at nowadays, same type of debate, same rhyme, same rhythm, but nobody seems really interested in obtaining the facts first before they hear the argument.
Yeah, they just want to like analyze the logic.
Right, it's like
which is fair because even
I'll put in the facts as you need them, which is an absurd way of making
Yeah.
Because I think Plato's the guy who describes it, where he's like everybody makes choices. Some choices have extreme consequences. Like anybody who tells you like an argument that you have between friends is the same type of argument you should be having making a political decision outside of their mind, and that is also how it's mirrored. Like they would never let politicians get away with giving them rhetoric. They don't do that. Coming here with that. Because to them it's like, why are you wasting our time? Just got an answer to whatever it is we're talking about. Why are you wasting our time? If you laid out all the case facts and then this is your perspective of the case facts, I'll be interested in hearing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is like it shows you how much more control modern governments have than original form democracies. Of course, it's by design.
I ain't about too much control. Just enough.
Right, yeah. I mean, the social contract theory is still like a very...
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to you'd be pretty goddamn anarchist. And even then, let's say you were anarchist, like real anarchist. If you're reasonable, you would understand that you're not going to get there overnight, and it's going to be a process. So that even if you did think that, you would be smart enough to know that you wouldn't argue that. It's going to be a couple, maybe your great-grandkids. We'll get the chance if we move left the entire time.
Well, see, but that's another interesting question. Is like, what is, what do these things mean, and does everybody who say them mean the same thing when they say it?
Yeah. I think the internet has kind of helped with that in a way because of the way communities have formed and the way they polarize. That the sort of like jargon in the communities, it becomes pretty well known. They understand within the community each other pretty well. And you can kind of see that in the real life where people struggle to communicate based on like the communities that they kind of rabbit hole into online. They're kind of cut off from what's relevant and to each other and things like that. People who are on TikTok, the latest TikTok is like a strange thing to speak about to anyone who is not on the app. It's just like, what? Talking about a 10-second video of a child?
Yeah, the interesting thing about that is like you're 1,000% right, because it's like a more efficient way of sending the message and passing it along. A clearer telephone.
Yeah.
The only thing that I always wonder is, are the messages as long lasting in actual quantifiable time? And because a lot of the things that happen take copious amounts of time. So then you wonder, like, if the message is quick but fast changing.
Yeah. The meaning of words have the meaning of words have this is the meaning of words changes over time, and that is like accelerated with the polarization of communities. Yeah.
So then from that perspective, do you really actually run the risk of having something that is far less control in the end?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's interesting because what's happening here, and this might sound like I don't know, like it is still in the same vein, but like it's almost like memes have kind of like become a primary form of communication on the internet, or at least a big part of it. And that is something that the world never has really gotten to. And when I say memes, I don't mean like pictures. I mean like those in-group references that people use to communicate, which are basically memes. I mean, that's technically what they are. That's just, like when we say meme, it's kind of taken on. The meaning of the word meme has changed since we've started using it. You know, like, making a movie reference was a meme before people shared pictures online.
Well, yeah, and I guess again that's kind of like my
You know, like
that to
saying
me is
sayings was memes, like hit the road Jack, referencing songs.
right.
Yeah.
I to me, I wonder though, like, will when you take a look at like past moments of clear, you know, misconceptions about a situation, like for example, if you were to look at like the French Revolution, one of the
Okay.
key issues, and the Bolshevik Revolution as well. One of the key like fundamental issues they had was that continually were moving at such a fast rate with different narratives that by the time the people who led the revolutions actually were to take control of the government, they were killed by their own revolution movements because the rhetoric had changed.
Yeah.
And and so it became, that's one of the whole like fundamental things that Hobbes saw that created, was a big part of being like, we need a standing government. We need an idea that actually gets people behind that idea. Um,
Yeah.
and but it is interesting when you look at something like today's, the way information is shared. Is that does it create the same type of issue, right? Or does it give enough of a sphere, right, where you might not be on the exact same page, but you're in the ballpark,
Yeah.
right? And is that enough? Because for in big situations, it could be enough, right? Because in the truth of any type of situation like that, only key people ever have the eyes, the ears, and the voice on a situation. So
Mm.
fascinating to me.
Yeah. Shit makes you think.
Right.
For
Like
sure.
I think technology has a way of like really fundamentally helping us course correct mentally in ways.
It
And
does. It can. It's
it
all
can,
about
right?
how
And
you
it is
design the interaction,
right. And I think that to
which
me
goes
is
back to
going to
social
be
informatics.
right.
Yeah. The
If there's
ethics
if
of human-computer interaction design.
which is why I want yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. It
And
just sounds like it's very salient. It sounds very
right.
intense. It's a very social field, but it does require a certain understanding of how. I mean, you don't need to know how you don't need to know how to code to understand to like learn informatics. They're not the same thing. But you can't code, it's like a square and a rectangle. You need one to do the other. But you don't
Right.
need either. You don't need, I mean, like, to code, you need to learn informatics, but you don't need to code to know informatics. Does that make sense? Yeah, I feel like I said that.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely makes sense.
Yeah. I'm on the tail end of a long day at work. So, my brain is a little fried.
Oh, dude, I hear you. I left my apartment at around like 7:30 this morning, and I had only come back for like maybe 30 minutes for 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
But
Long ass days.
yeah,
I've been training supervisors, like I told you, so that's weird. You know, it's only, I don't know. A lot has changed in the past year.
yeah,
Well, yeah, very recently, yeah, yeah, with my grandmother passing away. Well, my great grandmother, but
yeah,
I always call her my grandmother.
yeah, man. My condolences again.
Yeah, and then, going and seeing Henry
Mm-hmm.
go into the Marines, that's been a big deal for him.
Yeah.
He's doing really well. I think he's doing the machine gunner MOS right now.
Oh, nice. I'll
Yeah.
be curious to see what he ends up packing.
I think he told us. Like, I think he said an M29.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Yeah. There's like some of the standard ones. I mean, I don't know exactly what the Marine Corps would be packing, but I know that some of the standard ones that I know of are like the 240 and the 249.
So it's like an LMG, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 240 shoots a 7.62 round.
How many a second? Like 40, 60?
Yeah, it's blitzkrieg, dude.
Liquid, like a moving chainsaw. You're just
Right.
firing a chainsaw belt into the air.
But honestly, like I was always a bigger fan of the 249 because it was lighter and I thought it was more accurate.
249, huh?
It shoots a 5.56 round, so like if you ever were in a position where you would run out of chains, it has a spot where
you can load it directly in one at a time.
Well, you can load in your clip from your M4.
Ah.
Because it shoots a 5.56
Yeah.
same round as.
So if you happen to be that lucky bastard with a drum mag on your M4.
Dude, this person I got summoned with, this other summoned person has like all of these disguises. Like they've turned themselves into a statue.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
And people they be wanting to trap people. That's how you do it. It's getting harder and harder to find summons out there.
Yeah, it is. I was having a hard time with that boss. I ended up just inadvertently having a level on me, and I put it in there, and I started actually getting a couple, and I'm like, really? People must be like 150 for this.
I feel like people are just... Yeah, I feel like everyone's just kind of... The community just decided that there isn't going to be any holding back on leveling. It seems like people are like really trying to like pump their characters full. I bet that's what's going on. Now that everyone's got to Mogwin, you know, everyone's got that farm and people are just doing it. As humans, man, they optimize. For some reason,
yeah.
It's one of the things, like, because of how video games have been designed to kind of have that filler in them, it's kind of incentivized that behavior to an extent where people judge a game's funness based on how enjoyable that optimization is, and the optimization aspect is designed into the game just as much as the grind. There's the smart person's grind, you know what I mean? And then there's the regular grind that they throw in your face. And they're very aware of that. I wouldn't be surprised if FromSoft is aware of that as well. And that's why they made the best grind is in a secret hidden area. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's just a part of it. It's so strange. It makes sense, but like, why would you do it in a game? But even we do it. We just do. Humans, right? What are they thinking?
Well, you know, we're made to be efficient because we can't really contend in many other ways.
Yeah. Well, we can run long distances.
This is true.
That's about it.
That's about it.
Not at night.
We can't see shit at
Can't
night.
see shit. We'll die from the cold with no protection. None. None.
Yeah, dude.
We're literally like giant babies.
When you see, I like watching the show Alone.
Which one?
It's called Alone. Ever seen it?
No, what's it on?
It's like I mean, I think you can watch it on Hulu. But it's essentially a show where they invite people who are like actually really good at surviving on their own, like bushwhacking.
Oh yeah, like survivalists.
And they'll drop them off in like the middle of somewhere like Patagonia or something, all, you know, not even close to each other at all, completely entirely on their own with like just their little camera to kind of record themselves. And whoever wins is whoever stays there the longest.
Without like tapping out.
without tapping out. Yeah, they got to make the call.
What do they give him,
won't
like
come-
a clicker or something that sends a GPS signal? It's like, here's where I am, come get me. I'm a bitch.
Yeah, but if you do it, if you say you got like injured or something, if you do it, you're over.
Well, yeah, yeah. Oh, I imagine they probably are monitoring you, maybe like a body cam system,
Yeah.
like a satellite, like because they can't just. Hey, it's production here. Just want to get you to
Well,
sign off on this. We're gonna take
they
2 people and just go.
randomly show up every 3 weeks,
Oh
every
God.
2 weeks, and check and do medical checkups and stuff.
Okay,
because they
okay,
won't
yeah,
let their
yeah.
body fat percentage drop before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make sure
Hospitalization.
they'll start decaying in some way that you can't see.
Right. You'd be amazed, dude. But I think most, like the last season I watched, they made it into like 90 days. Like they made it into the winter,
Oof.
a whole season, yeah, of weather in Patagonia, and the last 3 people all got kicked out, and one of them had a bunch of stored, like air dried fish, and just had been rationing, so he'd been
What?
essentially starving himself. And he got kicked out because they were like, your body fat percentage is way too low.
Yeah.
Today.
You have not, you didn't get enough food, pal.
Right.
Basically.
And then the second, the other person who that happened to was but like one of the guys who won lost over 100 pounds being out there.
Jesus Christ. It took me
Right.
like, shit, I still haven't lost 100 pounds. It's been like 2 years. 2.5 years. I'm just trying to be healthy about it. I probably, if I really wanted to, I could throw it off, but I always gain it back when I do that. It just comes
That's the
back.
thing is like
I
you
probably lost
see-
200 pounds with like all the like jump backs I've had to fight off.
But when you watch that show, you'll see how many days it's like if they can't feed themselves, they're just not eating. Like they just can't eat. Like you see people
Yeah.
literally break down because like they'll drop a fish on accident because they're so weak.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
one guy got so weak that he couldn't fire his bow anymore. He couldn't pull his bowstring back far enough.
Sounds
And
like you
he was just
dying.
like, he was just completely defeated. He went on to last like another week, but yeah, he ended up getting pulled out. But it sucked because one of the contestants who got to second place, ended up coming back the very next season, and on accident, like completely hooked her hand with this like gnarly fish hook she had made.
Oh, shit.
And she couldn't get it out. Like she designed it so that the fish wouldn't escape because it kept happening during the
Yeah,
season
she
before.
barbed it.
Yeah, she barbed it, couldn't get it out of her hand, and ended up having to call him on the first day. And she was like, "Can you just take it out?" And they're like, "Yeah, but you're done.
Yeah.
You called."
Yeah. That would be unfortunate. But hey, you know, not being careful enough.
Yeah.
Shit.
Dude,
It's life or
really
everything you're doing is life or death. You gotta be fucking careful
Right.
with a barbed hook that you made that ain't clean.
Yeah.
I
Like,
mean, not
that's-
saying I would do it, but
It's really interesting to watch. I would suggest if you ever have some like you just wanted to watch some type of show.
yeah, I used to really like the Bear Grylls show until I found out that it was fake. But still, I really the coolest part about those stuff in those shows is like just looking at the Earth. Honestly, it's just like, oh my gosh, look at that untouched beauty.
Right. In America, it can be hard to find.
It's like you'd find pockets of it, but if you get too high in elevation, you just see a goddamn like smokestack. That's like I find that a lot. I've seen that a lot of Indiana's that like the national parks definitely have a lot of that shit going on. Clifty Falls has a really fucking bad one off in the distance. Oh.
Oh, you're going in for downhill.
Yeah. Woo! I'm not gonna do very good. Most likely. Dude, I don't think he even summoned anybody. Oh, I blew that one out my ass. That's unfortunate. That's half the fight thrown. Okay, he did. Okay. I didn't even use a health potion. Dude, if only I had more Estus, though. Nice. We're actually doing kind of good. It's very rare to see people not just, like, panic and shit their pants. Literally shit their fucking pants and die. Like, but that was also me for a good while. Oh boy. Oh, we're actually doing it. This is blowing my mind. This guy isn't struggling his ass off. Oh, we did it. Wow. That's like the third time I've ever killed him. I've killed every other boss so many times. Not a lot. Like 20,000. Which kind of blows my mind, because didn't he give you like 70?
Yeah, he gives you a lot.
Damn.
I kind of want to touch this tree, dude.
What tree?
Just see what happened. Well, I'm here doing the Margaret.
Oh, you're
summon,
right.
And I walked up and I was like, I kind of want to touch that tree.
It says you can touch it. Dude. I would be careful about that. If you're gonna do that, I would look up what it does first. Dude, they love to punish the shit out of you. That would be the most brutal fucking slap in the face. That would be the most brutal punish they could ever do. It has to be real, just because that would be the most fucked up thing you could ever do, is just like, push this button to ruin it all. Push this button to put 150 bosses in your path. That start on aggro level 5, no matter what you're doing.
I'm looking it up right now.
I googled touch the tree, Elden Ring, and the first thing I got was like, don't touch trees during storms. Understand lightning damage.
Understand.
Don't touch the earth tree, you boy.
All right, let's see. Find.
Has anyone even done that? Even if you would it be spoilers to even post about it? What's the tree called?
Here, well, hold on. I think I found it, but I don't want to say anything yet to you. It might. I don't know. That's fascinating.
What did you Google? Because I can't figure out how to phrase it.
I always type in steps to completing Elden Ring. Then I can slowly scroll down until I find where I'm at. Because the only thing I can think of would be like, burning tree. I just don't want any like cinematic.
Fair. Did you beat the boss? Malekith?
Yeah.
Okay, it says impenetrable thorns refuse all, none may pass. So it hasn't changed.
None may climb.
Although I got a feeling it will after you kill him.
Oh yeah. Yep, I know what's going down now.
I got a feeling he's either the last boss or the second to last boss. Probably the second to last. There's at least like the final guy, right? The big final man has been eluded us, like Soul of Cinder. But also, they've also just been throwing bosses that have eluded you for like what, like the second half of the whole goddamn game at this point. Like, go kill these like 3 guys, these these 4 people. They need to die, and then you kill them. Like, all right, there's 7 guys.
Listen, dude,
And then you do that, and they're like, there's an unknown amount of guys out there, actually. And I give up.
I kind of might need to level up. I might need to just like stop and do one last burst of leveling. You know, get to like 150, I guess.
Yeah.
Which for me, what would that be? 8 levels.
Now let's see what I would need to get to 150. 13. Yeah, I'm in that weird gray area where I'm over level for most of the world, but kind of under level for the end game stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're at that point where it's like you'll have to end up making a choice.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I feel like it's gonna be rough either way. Understanding this boss fight and being like, all right, so this is how things continue forward, and then you're just terrified of what is gonna happen moving forward.
Oh yeah, they've all. I think that's what Millennia's job is to do, is just to demoralize you, to give you a taste of things you ought not to taste yet. Like, oh, here's a boss that just takes damage. Isn't that nice? Gotcha.
Yeah. Dude, if I could just get someone with like Soul Stream in this fight,
Yeah.
I could keep this dude baited long enough.
Imagine you
Got
spent.
him down to his name.
Yeah, I got it pretty close too. So I had my mimic. I was using my mimic for a lot of the fights, and I was rotting him, and he does take the rot. Which is always a good thing. The trick is just, really, it's gonna be getting comfortable. He does kind of seem like a glass cannon, though, in a sense. Because you do melt him. Like, the fact that... And that makes me think that there's a second bar. Honestly. The fact that he dies so fast.
I think it's just because his special is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a second bar. Because he does, like, stab his hand and do some, like, dark magic and shit. So why wouldn't he do it again? Just to fuck with you.
Okay. Entering the second stage.
Oh, you're in? Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Leave me alone. He doesn't know. He thinks he knows. Buddy. Oh, why did I do that? It's just... Is that the end? Nope. Oh, it's the end for me, damn it. Keep getting him so close.
Yeah.
So close. It'd be funny if, like, the next boss we had to fight was that old fingers lady. You burned the tree.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like someone we've seen before.
It'd be cool if it was like Godric or one of the older bosses.
Yeah, I got a feeling. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Ronnie. Or I don't know, part of me wonders if that guy at the round table is the final boss. The guy who just sits there. Part of me wonders if he's gonna, like, get all fucking indignated. You know what I mean? He'll be like, no, wait a minute, what you're doing is wrong. I'll stop you with any
Dude who
cost.
just like is researching stuff the whole time.
Yeah. Because he's just been sitting at a desk the whole game in a full set of armor that looks fucking nice.
I could definitely see that.
And he knows everything about all of them. What if he's like, knows all their spells? You know what I mean? He's just like, I have all their weapon arts. I'm a weapon art collector, you son of a bitch.
I've mainly just been trying to find out what you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got his inventory is your inventory. Yeah, that's his pool to draw from.
Do we know his name? Is he in like the title screen or something?
I don't know. I feel like someone said his name before. It's just a little mysterious. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's still that guy in the cutscene that they call the All-Knowing. How funny would it be if it was that guy?
That's what I'm. You're right. You're. Fuck, dude. I could buy it.
Totally buy it. Good theory, dude. I'm curious that dude's name.
But part of me wonders, like, if this guy that we're fighting, Malakath, like, I wonder if is he the beast clergyman, or is he, like, posing as the beast clergyman? Because like, he clearly says, he's like, it is I, Malakath, like, I reveal myself to you. You know what I mean? He's, like, throwing his cloak off. Like, who the fuck are you, bro? I have no idea who that guy is.
Right. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the rest of this is gonna play out. I mean, I kind of honestly hope the last boss is a boss that we know or something, you know? Because if it was just like a random, how funny would it be if you like Or down to the tree to just reveal a giant Erdtree avatar.
Oh
Take
no,
the
just
fight.
again with like insane damage,
Yeah.
one shots all day.
Oh, that would make me mad.
And its magic is that white magic that like chunks your health even after it hits you.
You know, I will say though, one thing I'm very excited about is to see the final arena because they always go hard on their
Yeah.
final arenas.
Yeah.
The Lord of Cinder arena, Gale, Win.
Yeah. You'll know when you're there for sure. You'll be like, oh god,
Right.
it's so, why is this music so emotional?
Dude, how would you feel if you just started hearing pling pling plong?
Yeah, you'll be just like, oh fuck. Something
Shit
tells me
opened
I'm
and
about
it's
to get
Gwyn.
my shit rocked. Yeah, but he's like fixed, like they patched him.
Alright.
Not super
Grafted.
slow, and it's funny to me how like when I would like watch videos about Dark Souls before I ever wanted to play it, because I played Dark Souls 3, people were like, he's relentless. And I played the fight, and I was like, he is not relentless. He's just, like, strong as shit. You just can't make a mistake, but he's not relentless.
But people just get greedy.
Like, Vort is relentless.
Yeah.
Like, Vort will charge. That's relentless. For a time. I mean, he's not always relentless, but, like, he's more relentless than Gwyn can be at times, even. I thought Gwyn was, like, slow. It was agonizingly slow. I thought that was a part of the like the choice. It like played to your greed, you know? Like here's this boss that just kinda like walks around and sometimes he hops over to you. You got this kinda like an okay wind up, not too bad. Sometimes you stagger him. Hit him twice. See what happens.
But see, I think that's the interesting thing is it's really a check on how well you've understood the mechanics. Because
Yeah, coming from Dark Souls 3, it was just like, I understand.
right, yeah, Dark Souls 3 is like the whole game is far more fast paced. Like you better be on your shit.
Like, yeah, by that point I was like, please sir, give me another. And it was like, this is not the same. But I really do appreciate the fact this game is like super old. And you did it.
Yeah, you did it. It's interesting to me though that we've played this game, and I mean, even though there've been a boss that each of us have just been like really raged at,
Now, I've probably raised it a couple.
there's not a boss
But,
yet
yeah.
that I've been like had the Abyss Watchers moment with, where I'm like, all right, well, I just am done.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It's not as hard. But it is... And it is also difficult because I want to see it. I don't want to be stun locked at all. I really just want to see it. Just because I finally have it in my hands. But it is nice how the game doesn't stonewall you as much.
Yeah, and it's got to be by design too, because you know they have so much they want to throw at you. Where Dark Souls 3 is much more mitigated content.
Like, I don't know about you, but like, I kind of feel like I don't need to put myself through that again. You know what I mean? Or like, just like not necessarily like Dark Souls 3, but that like, that sort of mentality where you're gonna just like, let the game beat the shit out of you and overcome it. Like, I just don't feel the need to do that. I don't like the way it makes me feel after a couple days.
No, it's really frustrating.
I just want to play the game. I want it to be a game. I don't want it to be this, like, thing that makes me fucking angry. And shake to the point where I can't calm down. Because after playing it for a couple days, when I was, like, trying to go the straight, narrow path, I noticed that, like, just starting to play the game, like, in the very beginning, I think it was the day that I killed Radon, I was, like, getting that anticipatory reaction to fighting bosses where I was starting to, like, tremble, just picking it up. And I couldn't even break my knees, as you put it, because I was shaking so much, and it was pissing me off that I was shaking. I was like, I can't fight this boss without shaking. What am I? I'm fucking pathetic. I was like, God, I don't need to do this again. I've already done it against some real bullshit. I fought every single boss in Dark Souls 1 without a shield and without a summon. That's
I
enough.
mean, it's interesting looking back.
Without
back
any
on it
magic.
now.
That's like the
Right.
hardest fucking way to do it. Like, you're really making it down to, like, your perfect execution on timing. And tactics and, like, too much. And I did that shit without a slab, too. I was in the very not optimal stats, like... I don't know, it just doesn't, it feels like... You would just be better off playing the game the way it's made. It's like playing Dungeons and Dragons and
Honestly, dude,
not
I
even
hope
paying
this-
attention at all.
Yeah.
Why would
This
yeah.
game forces a lot more people to like look into FromSoft stuff. I would love to see them blow up because there's so many more people playing this than was when even Dark Souls 3 came out.
Yeah, when you look at the like they've almost outsold Dark Souls 3 in its entire life cycle in 2 weeks. So they will outsell it. Because, you know,
Well,
the
it's one
second
of
it
the
goes
few-
on sale, everyone who didn't buy it's going to buy it.
It's one of the few games that had such huge hype around it and then actually lived up to it.
Yeah.
So, you know, good job, FromSoft. I do find it funny that other studios are like throwing shade at them.
Yeah. Yeah, talking about UI and stuff. There's some good memes. I'll have to send you one of them. Someone made one where it was like Elden Ring if it was made by Ubisoft and they put all of Valhalla's like UI elements on a picture of someone just walking around. And when you look at it and you really realize that everything that they're doing in this picture is like what they do in Ubisoft's games, like all of them. And it was like, you know, like there's markers on shit that you're seeing, and the markers are also on a mini map that's taking up a third of your screen. Do you know the message of the day in every Ubisoft game, at least in Valhalla, where they're like, buy the shit, buy the shit. Like they like spam you with a fucking sales pitch every day. Enemies detected, like, oh, you're not hidden. Here's the compass in the top with all the markers again. Here's a third representation of all the markers that we're forcing you to see. You can't turn them off. They're on unless you turn them all on.
You know, one thing that I saw some people pointing out is like a game with this much stuff to do has not come out in a very long time. And in a time when a lot of games are now deciding they want to be like $70. And this article was like, look at this example. Like, you're not even making $70 value games. People would pay $70 for this compared to what they pay $60 for other games, because there's at least $10 more content in this game you would enjoy.
You know what else blows my mind is that, like, so this game, it is very, although your build can make the game feel different, the world is the same. You know, there's a consistency to it. The bosses are the same. Everyone's fighting the same shit. But, like, you know, games like Returnal or Hades is a good example. Those games are, like, people are consider that, like, AAA quality, Hades and Returnal. They'll pay $70 for Returnal. But, like, the thing about those games that, for me, is the ultimate, like, what makes me lose interest is that, like, that randomness aspect that's put into it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Almost like computer generated.
Yeah, yeah. Where, like, the drops that you get, there was, like, the roguelike games. I don't know if you've played a lot of them, but Hades is a good example. I know you played that one.
I played the shit out of Hades.
Or, like, the
I think
boons
I put,
that drop.
70 hours into that.
They, like, the doors that spawn, like, the rewards that the doors give you, that's all, like, random. So by the end of the game, when you get to the final boss, the build that you have is basically random. I mean, you have choices that you can make, but the choices you get are randomized.
Yeah, no, that's honestly...
It's just hard to invest in when it's like, but the outcome is, it's gambling. At least it's not with real money, but I'm kind of gambling a little bit here.
Yeah, you're 100% gambling, because You know, and I think it depends on like how you look at it. Like, right, some people like that challenge because a game like Hades, it was any bit like less challenging, you would blitzkrieg that game. It's very finite, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's a very finite type of game, and dying is like a big piece of that, which is why I think they chose to go that random, because it kind of puts you naturally in positions where you have a greater chance of death. Like, considering the story and things are revealed through death,
Yeah.
like
But they definitely designed. They did a good job of designing around that like gameplay mechanic.
Mhm.
I just don't like it. It feels like it's taking my agency away.
yeah.
Whereas
I
this
definitely
game,
can see
it
that
takes your
because-
agency away in a different way, but it forces you to use your agency. You know, you got to use your build to like make a presence.
Right. And I do, yeah, I think that's like one of my favorite pieces of this game. Outside of like the just pure, legitimate, constant spectacle.
Yeah.
It's rare that every region you go to in a game, you're like, well, this is just awe-inspiring.
This is a game. You just made a game right here.
Right. Like, I would play a whole game in this area. I'm playing a game in this area right now.
I spent as much
No.
time in Limgrave as I do in most open world games.
But they also give you a reason to, like, they hide so much out there so that, unlike, you know, in, say, a Ubisoft game.
Oh yeah, where it's a checklist of farms.
Right, but you also really don't have a lot of reasons to go back to certain places. Like, for example, in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you have no reason to go back to Norway. No reason to go back to really anywhere outside of England. And then in England, once you've completed an area, you have no reason to go back to it.
You know what's really funny though is that when I was playing that game and I had the DLC like at the time, I found it hard to find a reason to go there at all to interrupt the long ass gameplay loop that I had to get through to finish the story.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
like, why would
you know,
I stop to
imagine-
start this over somewhere else? Like, this is so long already.
Imagine getting to Rollo, having that
Yeah,
happen.
dude, I don't even want to think. That shit makes me... The whole time I was playing, I was like, God damn it, dude.
Yeah, you realize that well, you know, it's really sad. That's like I've had, you know, I know a lot of people like more and more that is a game I've just completely like really soured to. Because,
Yeah.
you know, I think there's a lot of good aspects to it, but compared to its own franchise, it feels like they really tried to just take a game, make it look nice, give it base elements, and try to get it to a like Destiny style model.
Yeah.
Because that's why the story, like, if you play, like, when you play Odyssey, you feel like you're playing a story game. Like, it is, there are moments where you're just like, wow, like a cool set piece.
Yeah, this is emotional.
or
Like, the main character's
Right.
crying right now out of nowhere. I didn't
Like,
see
you
that coming.
genuinely, you really care. But the thing is like, Valhalla to me feels like an anthology series where you're just kind of watching like Eivor on his adventures. Go here.
Yeah, it's like
This person
Sinbad.
doesn't like you, but you're gonna help him, and then in the end, he's gonna like you, and we're gonna remind you that this is part of the main story by telling you he might fight for you. And now you gotta go somewhere else and do the same thing to somebody else.
Yeah.
Which I think Odyssey just had a better blending of, in my opinion.
Yeah.
When it comes
Yeah.
out.
I think Origins did a better job too.
Yeah.
Origins definitely. I feel like where Origins lacked was in just the diversity of the open world. They had a good idea. It isn't a bad, like, it's not terrible. It's just a very passive kind of game.
Well, I also just don't think this model fits like, I don't think a story game works well segmented like that.
No, yeah, you can't put. I don't like the grind element in a story game. It does.
Right,
It interrupts
and-
the story.
Yeah, and to me, like, open worlds either have to be focused on one of two things, either story or exploration. Right? You know, because they'll both have, you know, Skyrim has a little bit of a story, but it's primarily exploration.
Yeah.
Odyssey
Yeah.
has some exploration, but it's primarily a story. Story drives where you're going to go. When
Yeah.
you're going to go there. Now everything else is locked off by a level cap, so that you don't go there until the story wants you to go there. And I think that's the biggest reason that I think Valhalla is just kind of soured, is that story is a slog. Really hard to get through. Like, there are elements that are really cool. Like the Valhalla arc is really cool. And yeah, going to Asgard and doing that stuff is really cool. But as far as like the way they roll out the main story, it's very rare that you ever have any reason to go back to your settlement, or, you know,
Yeah,
outside
just to
of
talk to
upgrading.
Radvia and to,
Yeah,
just to start over, basically. It's almost like a bad thing. It's like, oh, you tell me that I'm about to do what I just spent the last 2 days doing in game again for the next 2 days.
right. And if you're ever having to look at it like that, that's okay if you like the story, if you want to know how it continues. But if you're like, this isn't going to matter because all of these characters I'm playing with right now are going to just disappear until the finale,
Yeah.
then you start to not care, because Eivor's not that fascinating. Never about Eivor. Like, it's always about who he's around. It's interesting.
Yeah, and they're not interesting. In fact,
Yeah.
most people in that game aren't that interesting. That's another thing about a lot of open world games. I got Horizon Zero Dawn, and you know, it's one of those games where it's story driven. There's a lot of open world stuff, but it's mainly fucking farming. It's like hunting, which is farming, but it was like the game. I mean, basically the way the dialogue structure works in it is you can either make the dialogue longer or you can shorten it, but that's like, there's no real difference. You can just get more information out of people at each given moment. And it was honestly didn't see what people were saying was so nice about it. It was like sneak around and shoot vulnerable spots with bows and arrows and use the craft the special arrow for the boss fight. You know, use the trap arrow. You gotta use the trap arrow on the boss fight so that you can shoot him in the vulnerable spot. It's like, oh. You just want me to run around and like use a bow and arrow to do this. And then what in between that, what you get is long bouts of walking around and long bouts of talking. Or you could shorten the bouts of talking so that you walk around much, much more frequently. So I was, you know, it was just like, guys, nah.
What y'all talking about?
Yeah. And it's funny because I hear a lot of good things about the second one, but I'm starting to hear people say what people were saying about the first one, which is that it's kind of fucking boring. Like, actually, the dialogue kind of sucks and the story isn't actually that great. Just another open world game. It's going to be hard to play an open world game for a while.
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to need reviews to be like, it's up there with Elden Ring. If you played Elden Ring, you're safe to buy it.
Oh, dude, you know how many game companies are going to try to model this?
Oh, yeah, there's going to be so many shitty ass.
Right, because think of where so many games were headed. Look at it. I think Assassin's Creed is probably one of the more successful open world series out right now.
What if they make Assassin's Creed fucking Firelink? I don't.
Dude, they're making like their next like big push for the whole entire franchise is like an online service game, like a Destiny style game. It's called Assassin's Creed Infinity.
Here's my prediction: bullet sponges. Only you're just like beating shit up. It'll be like Marvel, you know, where you're just like spamming combos on things.
Right.
To
And
grind
now
loot.
like like if you're gonna do open world, it's gonna have to be like that. I mean, that's a different type of game. It's kind of sad to see that series go that route, though. My opinion.
Yeah. Honestly, if there's any game company out there who I feel like if Ubisoft has one thing that they should try to lean into, honestly, I think it should be For Honor. I think they should tweak that system a little bit and make another game that's got an improved combat system. It's a little more approachable and doesn't feel so bullshitty. You can't make a tutorial about how the game works and then start undercutting what you're telling people how the game works is. You know what I mean? It's like tutorial 1 is like, okay, this is how you block an attack, and then you go into level 2 of tutorial, and the enemies are unblockable, or they have an unblockable attack, and it's like, well, okay, so then you go to the next one. It's like, okay, well now you're a person who can't block like anyone else can. And it's like, well, okay. So what is this game then? Every character is completely different. And they all just have one little thing of bullshit, basically. This guy constantly fucking, like, guard breaks you. He has a guard break that he can spam. This dude has an unblockable overhead attack. Yeah. That was kind of how I felt about it after playing it for a while.
Yeah.
But it could work.
Could be a thing.
It can be fun. I feel like, because I don't know, Chivalry's super fun, super simple. It feels a lot like this sometimes. The whole melee combat in a video game. It's kind of like first person shooter combat where there are some constants. Instead of rolling, you're just blocking in Chivalry, but it's the same, like, rhythm.
Yeah, I kind of want to play more Chivalry. I only ever played the, like, demo that came out.
Yeah, the beta.
Honestly,
It's ever on sale, it's worth a pickup. I would recommend playing it in third person. Because one thing that you get to see in third person is you get to see the full arc of your weapon. You don't have a 180-degree field of vision in first-person mode. It's only like 80 degrees. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't see shit.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's pulled out in third person, you can see how far your weapon swings and how fast it swings, and you can get a much more quicker feel. But yeah, good time, good time.
Well, then I'll definitely, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a while till I
Yeah.
game, but you know what I think will be the next game that'll kind of like shake up a genre for a little bit. That IO Interactive James Bond game.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be a little bit. They usually give the Hitman games about 2 years of monthly updates. It'll be weird to see what happens though with their content schedule, because they've been, they were working on that trilogy, so now it's done. That's not their schedule anymore. Different project, different schedule. So it might come out next year, it might come out 2 years. Who knows?
Yeah. It'll be exciting though.
Yeah, people are eagerly awaiting that new map and that new mode. Everything they put out, people are a little upset about because, I mean, they keep putting the escalation spin on things, and people are a little sick of it. When they come out, when they have a mode where it has 3 elusive targets that you have to beat back to back to beat the level. But it'll have some complication on it where it's like you can only knock out one person in each level, so you get 1 knockout, which is, you might as well plan to not have any. Might be easier to think of it that way at that point, Yeah. Which is a part of that's the point. But so what they do is they make it so that if you break the complication, you instantly fail the mission, and then it goes on like a 12-hour timer before you can play it again. And it's really the instantly fail thing that kind of gets people up in arms. Because what if you forget? What if you accidentally knock someone out? Which you can do all the time. You know, you blow up a propane tank and someone's not close enough to die, but they're close enough to get knocked out. You lose instantly. I saw there was this clip where it said that one of the missions had this complication. It was like, if you shoot a human, it has to be in the head. And when you hear that, you think like, oh, if you shoot someone, like if you shoot someone with a pistol, you have to kill them, right? Or shoot someone with a gun. So they shot someone with a tranquilizer dart in the ass. And it insta-failed them. Because they didn't trank them in the head. And it's like, fuck you, dude. So people are kind of worried that this new freelancer mode, it's going to be like procedurally generated missions, which will be cool, but it'll also have those like insta-failed like bullshit put in it too. Like Hades, where it's like procedurally generated bullshit with procedurally generated missions, which would kind of suck.
Yeah, that would kind of suck.
Still play it, but it confines the way you play a lot, which is a lot different than how the main missions are. And that's kind of why everyone likes the game. You just kind of take the shit out, like take it out, like stop it. Everything will be fine.
And I wonder how much of their team they're having to take for this other game, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if they like have been recruiting. Using the success of these 3 games to kind of get another team going.
Yeah.
Because at this point, their plan is probably to rebuild, because they went straight down the fucking toilet for a while. I mean, the second game, I don't know if you've made it there yet, but they don't like the cutscenes aren't even animated. That's how cut they were with like Square Enix and all that shit.
Damn.
They literally didn't even finish. They just released it they just like cut all the cinematics out of the game during development.
Dude, speaking of Square Enix, have you seen anything about that Babylon Falls game?
No, is that one that like Chinese lore Dark Souls-like game? Is that what that was?
But it's this like so it's almost like this Avengers, like an Avengers style type game of but with like an anime aesthetic and story. And people are saying it's like one of the worst games that's ever come out.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
Piqued my interest there for a second. You're like roguelike beat 'em up, you say, huh?
Its launch was worse than the Avengers by like a very large margin. I think they only got like 3%.
Well, speaking of like anime game, I don't know if you've heard of it. There's this game came out like a month ago called Lost Ark. It's kind of like Diablo 3.
Yeah.
It's like it's like a clone of that kind of game. Yeah, it is. It's the second most played game on Steam. It's like competing with Elden Ring very fiercely right now. It's free. It's a really big game like Diablo. It's got a lot going on in it. But I was looking into how it works because I played it for a little bit. And I was like, okay, so this is free. But it's like this super big like MMO with this really fun gameplay. And it's a pretty beautiful game. The effects in it are awesome. It looks great. It sounds great. And I was like, what's the fucking catch here? Like, what are you telling me I can just download this MMO and play to the end for free? Right? Like, because if I can and it's fun, maybe I will. Right? So I look into it, and it's kind of, it's got a system like Destiny, where you equip stuff and your power level goes up. But after a certain point, the gear that you're getting, it's all like the level's all maxed out. So what you do is you enhance the gear to level up. right? And then when you're max level, your gear level is basically your new leveling system, right? Makes sense. Kind of like in Destiny in a way. Well, here's how it works. You're gonna love this, dude. You're gonna love this. You've thought you've had some fucking grindy games. So, how do you upgrade your equipment? You say, well, it takes upgrade materials that you get from boss enemies and raids and stuff like that. So you got to farm boss battles and end game content. You farm the materials and then you spend it on the upgrade. Well, after a certain point of upgrading your equipment, it gets to a point where the upgrade is not guaranteed. There's a chance that it will upgrade. And if it doesn't upgrade, well, the materials you spent go into the trash can. So the end game is a slot machine. Why? That's a very good question, because that sounds like the most toxic shit I've ever heard of, right?
Right.
Well, here's why. Because there's these fucking packs that you can buy with real money that make the chances of the upgrade 100%.
Oh
You
my gosh.
and here's the cool part. It's like for the first like 5, it's pretty normal, but it quickly goes from like 100% down to 30% in like a couple levels. And then from there it ticks down all the way down to 5% for the last like 3. So that basically means you cannot get to the end game. You cannot do the final like content without paying a lot of money. Because you have to pay for each upgrade. You can't just like, you can't buy a pass that gives you an upgrade. You have to buy the upgrade. For each piece of gear. And that's for each set of gear that you want. So if you want multiple loadouts on a character, you have to do that for each fucking piece of gear. Each weapon. Each necklace. In a game that's all about having a bunch of shit on, like a complicated build of equipment. It's fucking sick, bro. And by the time you get there, you're so addicted to it. You love the game. You know, you've played a long ass game. It's an MMO. It would be like playing ESO, and then it would be like, okay, you maxed out your character? Do you want to play all the cool stuff that everyone's playing? That'll be $5 a level. From here on out. It's cool. It's genius. I thought Genshin Impact was bad. With the, like, fucking seductive anime waifus that you buy with money that's on a slot machine. That you gamble for, like, digital women.
That is just, it's
So strange.
Yeah, it's weird.
And I'm sitting here complaining about FIFA and, you know, buying your teammates. Like, it could be so much worse.
Yeah, but
If this game was owned by Ubisoft, the cryptocurrency would be stone sword keys. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They would be literally locking the good shit out of your game. All the good areas with the good talismans and everything. You can't have none of it. It's $5.99 for the season pass.
That's one thing I've noticed about this game though, is I was like, man, there's been no late game talismans.
Yep. No, you're supposed to have that already.
Yeah.
All that good stuff it's in Lernia and Limgrave. And like the Altus Plateau.
That's true.
It's pretty crazy. Some of the best stuff is right next to the beginning, right there. One of the best talismans in the whole game is literally in the tutorial dungeon.
From Soft.
Yeah, they're like, it's like a Scorsese movie, you know? Everything's tied together just so perfectly. You really had to tie it up like a bow.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's really I'm happy for them. Kind of amazing
Yeah.
that they have such a good track
Talent,
record.
so much talent.
Right.
On so many different dimensions. This map is beautiful. Whoever drew this map did a great fucking job. Like, when you zoom in and you look at it, it's very accurate.
That's incredible.
It's very, like, even down to, like, the, like, etchings on the flat parts of the ground. Like, it's, the topography is great. They literally hired a goddamn cartographer.
Yeah, dude. It's very impressive.
This dude pulled out his astrolabe when he made this. Nah, he probably did. Yeah. It's definitely, I don't think, last time I was in this much awe of a game was like the first time I played Oblivion, probably. I mean, Hitman 3 was really fun. That was just a blast. But it's just not as deep. For most people, it won't be nearly as entertaining. I don't even know how many hours I've put into that game at this point. It's so many. Yeah, I saw that Ukraine like signed a bill into law saying that it's legal for anyone to kill a Russian soldier in like in Ukrainian land.
They passed a law that says what?
It says that any person in Ukraine is allowed to kill a Russian soldier who is also in Ukraine. It is legal to murder Russian soldiers in Ukraine for anyone. It does not
they
matter
got-
what
I mean-
country you're from. It is legal. Isn't that? They're literally like, we want the craziest, most insane, off the grid motherfuckers who would never join anything. We want you to come here and just tear shit up. It's already all blown up. Like, just blow it up for 'em. Bring your own bombs. We will let you bring bombs on the plane. Like, if you have guns, we will ship them for you. That's intense. I've never even heard of anything like that. Have you? Is that typical for wartime?
I mean, I think at this point,
Is that more of a message than anything else?
I think it's a message probably to his own citizens as well, being like,
Oh yeah, like go
they're in a
ahead, fellas.
position- I mean, they're, you know, in some ways they're doing well, but they're starting to slow down themselves.
It is
you know,
funny
just
though.
because-
Yeah, when you look at the last couple of laws that they've put on, it's like men over the age of 18, you're staying in. Okay, everyone who's in the country, go kill Russian soldiers. Like, they're just kind of, it's not necessarily conscription, it's just like they're really incentivizing it as much as they can.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear that the Russians are like, they're going after civilians pretty hard, so it's
Yeah,
more
you
or
ought to
less
defend
looking at
yourself.
it.
But I feel like, I
This
guess,
is-
I feel like that would be common sense, but most people just don't want to get involved.
Yeah, I mean, well, think of it this way, right? Like, if you're, say you don't have any weapons on you or anything, right? Like, in
Oh,
terms
yeah.
of you're in a position where the best thing you can do is probably just play numbers, right?
Yeah.
You just want to survive. Essentially, he's letting you know that there is a chance that it don't happen. Like, you know, but at this point, like, Ukraine is surviving on their will, their resolve to win this.
Oh yeah, it'll be. I can't even imagine. Well, it's gonna get to a. I wouldn't be surprised if. I mean, Ukraine kind of has the infrastructure to retaliate a little bit more than they are. They could certainly do something similar if they really wanted to.
Well, I think what they're going to end up doing is they're going to get a lot more aid. I really think...
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the aid gets to a point, you know what I mean, where there's like a snowball effect where everyone gets there and they're all pushing, they all have the order to go, and it's like, when do they stop? You know what I mean? Like, you got to push them away, but just because they're retreating doesn't mean they won't immediately stop and then rebolster wherever they are in Russia, right? Like, you got to push them away, get them out of there. How far back do you push them?
Well, I think I'm looking at it more from a perspective of, I think before the Ukrainians get pushed, or I think really what's going to end up happening is you're still going to have some tense conflict. I think Putin is not in a position where he's going to be like going to give up, and he's going to understand that a lot of, the backing that he is getting from NATO is a big piece of why this is stalling his operation there. The fact that they're getting like huge anti-air missile defenses and things like that, it's helped their capabilities a lot. And I think it'll depend on if he's going to be willing to reach a point of negotiation or not, because I don't think NATO's going to stop that anytime soon. I mean, on the floor right now is a 12 billion Ukraine bill. So it's clear that the United States is like in it as far as really trying to help them.
Yeah.
And that means NATO's really in it.
I haven't really been keeping up with how bills have been going. It seems like it's the same shit as always.
Those kind of bills, man, those bills always get passed.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
It looks bad. Yeah, it looks bad not to.
Yeah. Everyone looks bad no matter what.
Right, the only thing that if you were a politician who was against it, the only thing you could really play on is the fact to be like, yo, like times are right now very expensive. You're really trying to just spend money.
Yeah, or you could be Madison Cawthorn and be like, but Zelensky's a fucking mafia thug and it's an evil country. Just be that guy. How much money do you have to get paid to say shit like that, man?
I don't even think it's for the money. I think it's just for the allegiance. Like, you get clout is so important in that
power.
area.
Yeah, I don't know why you need that much. For what?
I mean,
when I see someone who needs that much power or wants it, I see it more for protection. It's like, if you really like have to have that much, you must be like, you need to like make sure that no one can ever touch you for what you did. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't know. For me, I've never been around it. Don't understand it, I guess,
I guess I look at it from a sense of like security, right? Like you want security in the benefits. You want security in the title. You want security in whatever you're getting out of it. That's like personalized gain for you. And I think that's what it is. I mean, I'm sure because Trump's also touting that kind of stuff right now. So I'm sure that you're going to see some people come out and be like, ooh, well, if nobody's going to jump for that, I'll jump for it. But it doesn't, I mean, if nobody's jumping for it, there's clearly a reason why they're not jumping for it. But if you're someone in that position who most Americans probably don't know your name, is bad publicity. It's in the sense that it can put you in a position where if nobody else is like kind of supporting Trump right now, it doesn't seem like.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. He's kind of showing his face to him.
Right, and that is good if the person that you're doing that to is going to potentially end up running for president.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's not completely. It's it's definitely a play of He'd just be like, Jesus, you're sick.
Right, like it's just like why would you die on that sword?
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff you could be talking about right now, like a lot of other stuff.
Abortion.
But I do think
You could be one of those guys.
I think you've got two big camps of conservatives that are emerging, and they'll probably rebrand the whole thing, which would be interesting because I think that the Democrats are going through their own in-house squabble to figure out where the party's going to go. Right? Are you going to stay classical Democrat? Are you going to become more progressive?
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how what new parties evolve. Because to be honest, I maybe Joe Biden will run again. I mean, most presidents do try to get reelected for a second term, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just see some new faces that get pushed out. You got a lot of conservative people working on critical race, a lot of dumb people, but things like that where it's like people are leaning in those directions. Like Trump brought out a lot of topics, but other people carried the ball in his absence. People might follow them. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. At the same time, if we have World War III,
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see
probably
just
having
how
President
relevant that
Harris.
kind of stuff is. Which is, that's not good for Democrats. Having really, unfortunately, it needs to be quiet times so that you can pound that shit into people's heads.
Right, and it doesn't help that, fortunately, the ultimate thing that would have helped them the most is if Biden had a successful run so far. But so far, with most of the country, they don't view him as a very successful president.
You really should have canceled student loan debt.
He should have done something.
If he would have just done that, he would have had the praises of every piece of the Democratic Party, like Bernie's side. He needs to win over Bernie's side. That's what he's got to do.
He's got to win over just if he could have gained the sentiment of most Americans, right?
Yeah.
It could have. Then the Democratic Party could push out whatever type of agendas you want to do, right? Erasing student debt or trying to pass a bill. Those kind of things. But it still boggles my mind why he did Afghanistan the way he did Afghanistan. That was no bueno in my opinion.
The pullout.
Yeah. So and why you decide to do certain things. And I do kind of disagree with the fact that he normally doesn't like to talk to people. You should probably be talking to reporters and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That is true. He's kind of quiet. He's also kind of boring, which is fine.
Yes.
I don't think I want it to not be boring anymore.
Oh yeah. I'm ready for things to dial down.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice. It has been a couple of years since things have dialed down. It really has.
It just feels like for some reason the world wants escalation.
It's just not stable.
No.
People are fighting for stability, but it's that back and forth pull. The balance isn't there. Not like it really was ever there. There was just kind of forced.
Yeah.
That's how I always kind of saw it. Is that it was just like there's a lot of conflict, but it was just sufficiently withheld by the system. Maybe even too well.
Well, I think it was also just the fact that how many kind of illusions people had gained. Because I think one of the biggest reasons that we feel such a whiplash right now is a world, but even primarily America, is the irreparable narrative of the early 2000s with 9/11 and the Iraq War. I really do think that rise in nationalism during that age, you know, because you remember how terrified people were like when Obama ran for some unknown reason, you know, like there are
Yeah.
moments that flash it for a brief second, but I think you know there was a resolve back in like a sense of an institution, and ever since then there's been things that have shaken it to some degree. I think that's why
Yeah.
the familiarity of that sense of a government again, like in a weird way, you would expect Biden to be the one offering it or Hillary to be the one offering it. Trump was the one who kind of made it feel like he was going to take things back that way. Of course,
Mhm.
in a bad direction. But I think to people who felt that sentiment, it's that way. So you know, I think it also like thinking of my parents at least, like just to get the general sense that they're scared of like what will come out of things. And to me, I just don't understand that. I think I think globally the world's also reeling from the fact that 6 million people have died from COVID.
Yeah.
A lot
So
of governments are a lot of governments are probably in mega amounts of debt and are not quite sure how they're going to resolve that. And this war situation is only making that situation worse for a lot of nations economically. Is why I wonder if that's why like certain nations are going to start like poking at him
yeah, get it
because
over with because they've already been bleeding out.
well, and for a lot of nations, right? Like if you're in NATO, everybody start making your specialized shit, and we'll start selling it to each other with trade. I mean, that's why the United States was so financially wealthy, is that it was really hard to reach us. We could make everybody's shit and sell it to them if that were our allies. So economically, it could also be a situation where governments look at it and they're like, "It's what got us out of the Great Depression," you know, and
Mm-hmm.
put us at a point within 4 years that we were able to give everybody who went and fought like home loans they really didn't even inevitably have to pay back to go get houses. So you ended up getting baby boomers. But to me, I'm like, I hope that's not where countries are going to lean. It really would only take one, right? You only need one Franz Ferdinand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. As I've been talking about this whole like Zelensky's PR strategy. He's it's if he I mean he's either doing that because he knows his life is not in danger, right? And he's taunting. But like if he knows he is in danger and he's like putting himself out there like that, that's another sort of play. You know what I mean? Like I can't save myself, but I can use myself as a person for people to see, an individual, right?
Which I mean, as a leader, is pretty much what you should do if you're in a situation like his, right? I mean, there's a good chance that regardless of what you do, no one's going to come to your like real help.
Right.
There's no, that's one of the big questions that
Like
is going to
yeah,
be
it's
on the
like
table.
is he taunting Putin or is he trying to make himself a Franz Ferdinand to save the people that are, you know, left
I mean,
after
I don't
like the
think he.
onslaught.
I think right now, like he's probably just trying to reinforce the sentiment with people, you know, because
Yeah.
imagine like it probably feels good to be in the Ukrainian military and know like the whole world
Right,
is
yeah.
kind of like
Yeah.
standing
You
with you
don't
right
feel
now, you
so
know.
scared. You might be scared. I'm sure it's
Not
not possible
alone,
to be
you
on the
know,
field and not feel fear to
especially that,
some
especially that,
degree, especially in a conflict like that. Yeah, very real
where you're
conflict.
against a military that greatly outnumbered
Anytime
you.
you're out in full kit with the gun and you're like not training, you're feeling fear because there's a reason why you're there,
Exactly.
and you're there to you're there. You know, tools of the trade. You gotta, people with assault rifles don't go out in the world and then find no weapons. No one's armed. Where we go to the most peaceful of, we go to places where everyone is super stoned and like chilling. So,
Yeah.
yeah, imagine it.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be interesting though. No, what do you think? Let me ask you this. I'll give you a poll. Over or under 50% that you think, because there's really only two outcomes, right? Well, we'll say three possible outcomes.
Sure.
Russia takes Ukraine. Option one. The world does nothing. We don't want World War III. Option number two. Ukraine ends up being able to keep them in a stalemate long enough that they just go with peace talks. Option number three is NATO ends up looking at the situation as if they let Ukraine fall, they're essentially saying democracy, they're not going to stand up for it. They have to do something. Like they
Right. Involvement, basically.
So option number one.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
So I feel like out of those three, the first one will not happen. It is possible, but I don't think that is I think that outcome is the least likely to happen.
Okay, so then we're down to two other options.
Yeah, and let's say like the United States might not do something, but I feel like someone else would. Someone who wants to be the leader of the world, Germany, a country like that. The UK.
But then the United
something.
States is in it at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, if the United States doesn't initiate, someone else will. Basically.
Well, that's where you're going with it.
Yeah, someone will. And if it's not, and if it isn't them initiating, it's them retaliating against, increased aggression that pulls other people in.
Yeah.
Because someone, after getting attacked, is going to send the drones over there. Like, someone's gonna do it.
Honestly, like
a jet, some fighter jets, like they don't, like Russia. Clearly, what Russia has demonstrated is that they do not have air superiority. They just have aircraft in the air. That's all they have. They're shit. They're old, and their pilots aren't that great.
Well, for them, they only have one. Like, if say NATO ended up being like, we're gonna go in, right? And that's a declaration of war. Well, then, if they were to do that, the only issue that they would really have is the fact that you would end up having a prolonged war, because though Russia would end up, having to unleash everything, the United States would unleash everything, which would be insane considering some of the things they have for conventional warfare.
It wouldn't even be necessary.
Yeah, they have so many mad scientists working for them, dude. It's insane.
Yeah, they would just like, we made music that makes you shit your pants to death. We figured it out at a long time. The brown note is very real. It's not a note. It is, in fact, a chord. I mean, they have, like, fucking lasers that, like, make you fucking blank out.
Well, yeah, I mean, also just,
like I don't even...
They could bombard Russia with their Navy, and, I mean, we have our Navy.
Yeah, the Navy, yeah. Don't even the Navy.
There's a reason we can patrol waters that we're technically not even supposed to be in at times. It's because nobody's really trying to do.
Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you doing, son?
Be the fact that we also have to contend with China. Because China would then be in the mix.
Yeah, we're literally, it's like the Black Pearl riding up. Like, what? What are you doing? Jack.
I said, what are you doing? Yeah, dude. That'd be interesting.
Fucking Barbosa, man. That guy needs a goddamn Oscar for Barbosa. Best supporting actor.
The Disney Plus show.
Dude, that would be too fucking sick. If there was like a Johnny Depp Like Johnny Depp and Barbosa, like get all like Orlando Bloom. I would like that a lot, actually. If they got all those people back to do like, I don't know, so you know, like stories that aren't connected that involve these characters and how they weave together over the course of the books.
I would want to see something from like the in between first and second.
Honestly, if I ever read a fiction series again, because I haven't really been interested in reading fiction in a long time, it would probably be those books. Because if those movies have a story that's half decent and it's like Disney, then I'm sure they're probably decent books. I don't know. Or it could be whatever.
To me, it's just they're not even gonna put characters in the new one.
They're making another one? Oh, Lord.
Mm-hmm. But without any of those characters.
Oh. Great. That sounds dreadful.
Pass.
Yeah. I have not. I am excited for that though. I find that Star Wars is one of the ones that I still do. Star Wars and Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. Those three have kind of persisted.
Yeah.
Although I saw this, there's this YouTuber. His name is Sean. Like just the name Sean. He made this video on the Harry Potter books, and I don't know. Have you read them? You've seen the movies though, right? Yeah, well, so he goes in, he like talks about the movies and contrasts like a lot of the stuff that's in the books and the world building. And it's honestly like there's a lot of stuff in the books that you don't remember because of the movies that when you think about it, it's kind of like, what the fuck? It's like really weird. It's like the wizards in that world, they are literally own and use all the other creatures like giants and elves and dwarves. They use them as slaves, and they're doing it in the movies. They just don't say it explicitly in the movies, but in the book it does, and it talks about it a lot actually. And there's a whole arc in the last couple of books where Hermione gets really like pissed off about all the slavery that's going on in the school, but everyone kind of just makes fun of her for being you know, a social justice warrior, basically. And when I was watching, I was like, holy shit, that is totally, I remember that. Like, and I was really young when I read that, right? So I didn't really get that part of it, but there's like literally like pro-slavery shit in those books, like throughout. There's a scene where Hagrid is talking to Hermione when she's like pissed about it and everyone's making fun of her, and he's like, hey, maybe some of them want to be free, but the truth is most of them don't, and they don't even know what to do with freedom anyway, so why are you even bothering them? And it's like, Jesus Christ, Hagrid, you're a slave. And then it's like, yeah, that's how it's written, basically. Like he's like just defending it. That's how she wrote it. It's fucked. Yeah. The only reason why Voldemort is a villain is because he wants to do to humans what they do to elves and dwarves and centaurs and the giant spiders and all the stuff that they keep. But it's interesting. It's what's that?
Humans keep them?
Mm-hmm.
There's like not. You talking about like Muggles?
Well, so Voldemort wants to kill Muggles and Mudbloods. He wants to enslave Muggles and Mudbloods, like how they enslave the mythical creatures. That's why he's a bad guy.
Well, that's completely like I didn't even know that they were doing that because that's not.
They
even a
don't
thing, like,
show you. Like who's cooking all of those meals in the Hogwarts, right? You would assume it's magic. It's not. In the books it's very clearly a staff of elves that
Okay.
work behind the scenes that are slaves explicitly. Like called slaves. You know what I mean? It's not him hauling around it at all. They're enslaved.
Yeah, I was just confused because I thought you were talking about like people without magic. That's
No.
what it felt out.
That's the bad part. Is doing it to the people. That's where she draws the line.
I guess it's not surprising knowing what she said recently.
Right?
Or,
Yeah.
like, high school comments.
The sanitization of authoritarianism in the books is really present. It's a really interesting video. And you're just like, here's a lot of stuff that she says in the book, and like, isn't that fucking weird? And it's like, yeah. That is weird.
Would you say that?
Like, you remember in that, in the Wizarding Central or whatever? Remember the statues that were in there? There was like the statues were like a human wizard with a wand holding it over a bunch of mythical creatures who were all like standing underneath him. And in the fight that took place in there between Harry and Voldemort, in the scene when they're fighting, Voldemort is standing behind, or he's standing in front of the statue of the wizard, and he's like holding up his wand and like casting a spell, and it's like, you know, the symbolism is right there. Where it's like this, he is him. But Harry isn't like, Harry doesn't free the slaves at all. No one cares about them being slaves. Those creatures on the other side of the coin. None of them are freed. But the story ends happily ever after. It's just like, it's just really weird. Really fucking... It's just Brit-bonger culture, like, cooked into it. That's why I hate British people, right there. Because they can't not do that. It's inevitable.
Well, there you go.
You can... That's my philosophy. And that's how... And then let me convince you.
Is this a tautological argument?
I'm a Brit-bongerist.
I bong the Brits.
I mean, it can be. I'm fine with tautological arguments. I'll accept them. What's wrong? I mean, what you're doing right now is idealism. You've done an idealism, sir.
I'm gonna say that's a conjunctive elimination.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'll continue with my dialectical materialism and my pure objectivity.
Is there such a thing as pure objectivity?
Are things objective? Is objectiveness real? I think it not in terms of like knowing. No, like epistemologically, I guess maybe that's not how that word is used. But I think a tree is objectively exists, I suppose. I don't know. But can you know? Not completely. You can only infer deductively and inductively with the information you've been given, using logic and critical thinking. That's it. And the more people do that, we can all come to an agreement that is most likely. How about that? That's about as best as I can do.
Well, that's great.
Wall fighting the Godskin duo. making philosophical foundations on their asses. Let me explain to you why you're tautological. Because you're a boss that spawns a boss. Wait, what?
Why do they always have to have
I don't know. I fucking hate it, but we're crushing them right now. I'm about to die. Yeah, even if you got them both dead, they just spawn in anyway. There's no stopping it.
Which is a clever recognition.
It's the 4 kings. Only it's the 6 kings. It really is. I think it would be sick if they spawned in on a timer no matter what. And the room would just
like the
fill
4
with them.
kings do?
Yeah, yeah.
That would be badass.
5 or more kings. Oh yeah, that's good souls. 53,000. That's good souls. This might be my new farm. I guess this is the most recent boss, right?
It is a difficult form.
Yeah, it is. They're not easy. It's fun though when there's when there's 3 people because it's. I don't know, man. This game is weird. It goes from agonizingly excruciating to like super fun, and just like kind of chill. There's like no in between. Well, I don't know. There's an in between, but it's weird how it can be like that.
Yeah, no, well, it also feels like it caters a lot more to an online experience than, say, Dark Souls does. You don't see the same rhetoric. Like in Dark Souls, if you're a fan, you're like, you should try to summon as least as possible. Like
Yeah.
you want to take them on. You want the pride taking them on. And they're really not as bad as you think. In this one, it's like, nah, people are just playing co-op all the time.
Yeah, I feel like in this one, the game's like, no. You can't do it. You don't understand. Like, if you want to beat this boss, fuck you, first of all.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to, like, master him before you beat him, alright? And, honestly, if I was playing this game, like, 3 or 4 years after it came out, I probably would be playing it at a much slower pace.
Yeah.
And if I didn't know it, if it was my first Souls game, I would definitely not know what I was doing. I'd probably still be in Lernia. Playing it much slower.
At least this game will reward you, though, for your just time spent. Like,
Yeah.
you get a lot of souls.
Oh, no,
You just
yeah.
really can't. You just really can't be somebody who doesn't want to have to pay attention to mechanics.
Yeah.
I think that's really like, if there is a whole group of people who play games who just don't want to have to do all that work.
Yeah, this ain't that game.
There's a lot you're gonna need to do, and then there's also a lot you're gonna need to. Because the thing for me that I think would be the biggest issue is the biggest issue in a lot of Souls games, and almost all of them, which is the stats. Like, you need to almost look outside to find out what you should do.
You must.
To build you want.
I really don't think you
presents.
could figure it out on your own. It would take too long. It's just not worth doing.
When the game presents itself, though, it's like you have all these options, but you shouldn't be taking all of those options, right? Like, that's one thing that I would give as a small critique. It's like they should try to.
Hope you understand it.
Yeah, like why hide that? You only really need to tell them once. Like, it's just important to understand what you're working with.
So the reason why they hide that is the same reason why they make the enemies beat the shit out of you. The game is designed to, as Miyazaki puts it, to fight back against you. It's the same reason why that quest with all that content is locked out. That's the fight. That's a part of the design. It's fighting. That's the game fighting against you, basically. It's not telling you what to do, so that you'll play the game incorrectly. And the idea is that eventually you'll figure that out. Maybe. And when you do, and then you invest the time to look outside and to look at a guide, which they provide, you know, they have that stuff. Like, it's all out there. For the Wikipedia, you are rewarded. At least that's how I always understood it. Because the first time I played the game, I didn't really know what was going on, and it was like so excruciating. And then I looked up a video. The second time I played it, I watched a video about like builds, and someone was like, "Yo, don't pick knight because it has good defense, but its damage is kind of bad. When you could just pick warrior. It's got better stats." And then they were just like, "Here's how stats work, by the way." And I was like, "Oh." And then it was fine. And then it was like the more I looked into it, the easier it got, it seemed, you know?
Yeah. They kind of reward you for doing your own work.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is a good reason to have like a strong community behind the game.
I kind of like games that do that now. Like, the more, as I get older, I like, I've been trying more strategy games and things like that. And it just, interacting with the complicated system seems to be, like, more enjoyable than, getting the really cool animation of, like, hitting someone in the head, you know?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just, like, something about, like, when I played Civilization 6, that was fun, like, I had never really had before in a video game, because I'd never really played a strategy game like that. And it's quite enjoyable. Well, I've never really played, like, Risk or anything like that, so...
Oh, really?
It could be, yeah, it was a good time. I've never really done that, so... That's basically what the game is. It's like a Risk campaign.
Well, just look into that because I like this.
Or like Catan.
Yeah,
You know, the only thing I've ever heard about that game, other than you telling me that you enjoy playing it, is that it is a game that ends the same way. Someone is angry. Like, angry.
Dude, some of those games can take a really long time.
Yeah, like month-long anger. Friendship damaged for months. Over a fucking board game. Over, you betrayed our oath. You motherfucker.
I was counting on you.
My economy depended on your oil.
That does happen a lot. Well, it's funny because like planned, right? Like multiple steps. And you need somebody to do something to make it all happen. Just one small thing, right? Like you just need someone to help you finish off having something.
A true believer.
Yeah, and they're totally down for it. And when you get everything in order, they're like, nah. And now all the other nations are like, well,
fuck you. We're all gonna kill you now.
there's something that you can do. So,
Fuck.
yeah, but for them, like, you really get paid out.
Yeah. spell. This spell does a lot of work. See how it just ticks on him like that, and then he just gets hit with the blood loss. Oh, they spawn both of them. This one's getting a little dicey. Man, this Roly boy is a madman. Oh my god. He won't stop. That was insane. Yeah, they both just died. Yeah, it's just the health bar at the bottom. They keep respawning. It's just, the trick is that if you can burst them down, you won't have to fight too. But you can't burst them down. It's just clearly designed for you to not be able to burst them down. But you can separate them, yeah.
Yeah, it helps a lot having another person in there that knows their moves.
Yeah. Sometimes it really does feel like these bosses are designed for co-op. Especially Radon.
Yeah.
Rykar, for sure. Man, that boss is crazy. What would you say is the most disappointing boss so far?
Now that's a good question.
One that was kind of like a letdown. I don't even know if we can even include dungeon bosses yet, because I feel like they're not even the same caliber for the most part.
No, dude, this second half of this game really shows you what the bosses they really had in store were.
Yeah, what's a boss and what's not.
I'm trying to think of one that, I guess for me, like a boss that would constitute a letdown is a boss that, it just feels more gimmick than anything else.
Yeah.
Radon definitely felt that way for a little bit, but at the same time,
he does fight you.
Yeah, he does. Like
the gimmick is that you're under level. Until like now he feels fine. This is like a normal fight now.
I would say probably the most aggravating fight for me, based on like just what it almost felt like a gimmick, was the Crucible Knight and that lion with the sword combo boss fight. That was brutal. And it just felt so unnecessary because right when I finally killed them after like 2 hours, there's Radon.
Oh man. Yeah, that's just unpleasant.
So I was just like, really? And then I was saltier.
Yeah, and then they took Radon from you.
Yeah, well, not only that, there's some of the bunch of never have to do that boss fight. Did I not do?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should have, you know. Missed out on a damn dungeon because of that damn boss fight.
Well, no, I don't think that had anything to do with like the quest.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was because I didn't do the late quest. You did. You talked.
Oh yeah, I earned his trust. I became his pal.
Hey, So when you show up, like, the game is essentially suggesting that you came in there and didn't work for it. But if you don't, you show up, you have a boss fight where you need to beat that boss up.
That just sounds really rough.
Yeah. You went through the dungeon to get to that point to have the two of them waiting for you to kill them to go up there, and it seems like it's not time yet. Professor. You're like, what are you talking about? And then you rested bonfire, and then it's time, and you go down there, and it's about. This felt solely unnecessary, plus because they don't give you anything for it. Like, I mean, they give you some souls. Like, they don't give you any items for it. They don't give you, like, it was very disappointing. And it didn't even have to, like, luster, because I fought both of them before. But outside of that, like, it's hard to say any of the main bosses, which really what would, would matter. If there was a main, like a demigod that was kind of, I really think all of them have been pretty unique.
I can think of one that was kind of lame.
Yeah, which one?
I kind of feel like Renala was kind of lame.
Yeah, Renala was kind of lame.
I feel like that first phase was stupid. It's not even worth putting in. Just because you get through it, no problem. All it does is just take some damage from you. You're probably gonna get hit by a book or two. It's not even a health bar. It's not even an Estus. It's just like it just puts you on ice. That's just how I felt when I was doing that boss fight. I was like, man, I'm on ice just because of this first phase. Yeah, it takes 2 to 3 phases. Just like 3 minutes of meh. But the second phase is fun. It definitely redeems it a good amount. Because it's like a good mage boss fight. Definitely a better Crystal Sage.
Yeah.
Oh, check it out, dude. It looks like a Russian bot just popped up on chat.
Really?
Yeah. Roll Schulist says VUN dot space RENT. Like a website. I wouldn't click on that if I were you, bruh.
I don't intend to.
I wonder if does that show up as a link? No, I don't even hover over it. Don't even. Interesting. We're being watched. The Russian government is taking energy and resources out of their war to watch my stream. No, 146. So since I've put my health at 50, I definitely feel much more resilient.
Yeah. It's definitely meant to be there.
Yeah. It does feel meant to be here. I feel like I'm not too squishy anymore. And I'm not even wearing my best armor. This armor's like decent. Which I think you can get. You have access to it.
I should look into it. I'm gonna put this level as well.
Yeah, you should have 3 or 4 sets you have access to now. Actually.
Yeah, I need to look into changing some stuff up. I don't really high stats, so like more than enough to change it up. If I wanted to. 'Cause, like, I need to, I need to look into changing some stuff up. I don't really high stats, so like more than enough to change it up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up. 'Cause, like, I need to look into changing some stuff up
Oof. Not make it through that one. I'm curious where some good PvP spots are, you know? Like, where's a good place to go to get summoned into, like, a group fight? Well, I guess if I wanted to do that, I would just use the bloody finger, wouldn't I?
Alright, I'm at 150.
Nice.
And finally my mind is up a little bit.
That's good. I'm probably gonna call it here. It's fairly late on my end of the world.
Yes, sir. I'm very tired, so.
Yeah. It's been a good time, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lots of progress.
It's super close. Very close.
Yeah, at some point we'll have to pick the time to push.
Yeah.
We're past this dude. Might try tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a shot. I'll probably finish getting up to 50, and then that'll probably be what I'll be doing till I get through them in the game. I'll probably get through them on the day that I try.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling like pushing my head against something like that today. Too tired for it. I know I won't do well. But alright, man. Have a good night.
Alright. Do the same.